am, if I can share my screen.
Aaron, I think before we lose faces, we should introduce Chris and Joel. I don't think everyone knows them.
Okay, so we do have on the meeting Chris, Jane, and Joel Price, who are the engineers with Murraysmith, who have been the on-call engineers and have been involved in some of the projects more than just from the town perspective with Apple Valley. And so I was going to give my presentation first, basically on capital improvements planning, and then they would come in and go over the recent pavement assessment that we just had done.
Aaron,
So,
yeah,
yep.
Can you put your screen to presentation mode?
Yep, I'm going. Is that better? You can see it on the full screen.
That's better. Thank you.
So basically, I was using this 2012 roadway capital improvements plan that was done by Jim Blankenship, who had been the previous town engineer for a number of years and had a pretty good understanding of the intricacies of the town. And it really had looked like he wrote this document to be for the trustees as even more of a learning document, giving some guidance on how capital improvement planning might work. So that was why I thought it was a good document to work with, because it explained some of that planning process. He also breaks down the planning area into the 5 primary areas in town, right? You'd have Eagle Canyon, town north of the river, town south of the river, Lions Valley Park, and then Stone Canyon. And now we'll somewhat be including the Eastern Corridor as a 6th one in the coming years. But that gives a geographic way to maybe break things down and look at them by area. He then goes on to mention some of the goals, or 3 main goals in the capital improvement plan. The way he saw it was, you're trying to do economic vitality, right? We're trying to keep the town improved and make sure that it can sustain itself, that there are the benefits there that are needed for all, that there's, well, that really rolls into the social responsibility, that we are taking care of a town. Basically, when you're in a town, we are a community that we have to work to maintain each other, and there has to be some balance and some give and take, that we're not all out there as individuals doing our own thing. And now, of course, environmental responsibility is also a pretty big aspect of it. We want to make sure that we're good stewards of the land. It's always seemed to be a pretty high priority on most of the residents, or from those we hear from over the years. And the plan itself then works to develop a 5-year plan, just as the timing, what you would put together. And in that plan, he started by mentioning the comprehensive plan. And we have the 2010 comprehensive plan already in place. There were a number of goals in that document that related to capital improvements planning. But we also currently now have the 2020 plan just being developed. And so there are sort of questions. Does the comp plan come first and then a capital improvements plan follow? Do we want to develop the capital improvements plan first and then the comp plan? In the discussions and in my reading, it's really seemed like developing them in tandem is the way to go, because you are going to have some projects that come up that may influence the comprehensive plan. You do want to know what needs to get taken care of, what type of growth you might expect in one area. But then also during the comprehensive planning stage, you are going to have things come up for direction on where to go. Things like looping of the roads, more than just the water lines, but the streets. Do we want access in and out? That's something that's been talked about previously in a comprehensive plan. that may not come directly out of capital improvements. It's more of the ideas that we want to follow that might influence a capital improvements plan. So capital improvements are basically projects that are over 5,000 in expenditures and will last for over 1 year, to differentiate them from just standard maintenance or repairs type expenses. We have a number of projects that were done. I did include a link so that you could look to all the various studies that were done. And so right now we have just individual capital improvements or master plans and all of the projects listed in there. But we really need to correlate all of those to come up with a larger 5-year comprehensive capital improvements plan. So in prioritizing the projects, it had started with the UEB, the Utility and Engineering Board, has looked at the various plans over the years, and there has been the desire from previous trustees to try to get this comprehensive 5-year plan. But it is a pretty large endeavor. You know, if there was unlimited funding, it would definitely be something that could be outsourced and hire somebody to come and try to do this, but it's not. It's also something a little bit larger than just staff. You know, right now the staff on the utilities is me, and I do have the public works guys who go out and do a lot of the work also for me on the doing locates and turning valves and those type of things off. But as we know, they're limited in what they can do. They're limited in the number of people we have right now, and they're also working on the parks and the others. So their time is split and stretched pretty thin. But it is something the UEB has been willing in the past to try to take on. And so if I can still work with them to get a 5-year comprehensive plan developed, we would then have it reviewed by staff. Then we would bring it to the trustees and the PCDC. Those would really be the entities that would probably be involved from that first perspective. And then after that was reviewed, we might get a little more refinement to it. And then we would want to also be sure and include fire and police for any of their concerns, and then out to public comment to get their concerns. Of those individual studies, again, these are what they were all listed. The 2019 pavement assessment is not yet up on the website. I don't know if the 2012, this particular study is or not, but I did ask to have that placed on there so that we will have them all in one place that everyone can go to. We have the 2019 pavement assessment dealing with the roads for water and wastewater. We had a capital improvements plan and rate studies done. It's a combined document, but it does separate out both of those. And then in 2016, we had the master plan for stormwater developed. And we also had a study of the electric system. The electric is the one we don't have a really big capital improvements plan to. The stormwater study does include a number of capital improvements, and it includes multiple options that we could select from based on funding, based on prioritization. So these would be the documents we would take and work on this comprehensive capital improvements plan. Then we get into the really tricky part, of course, is funding, right? We collect fees for things. We've started the stormwater fee that we pay into. As a general idea, I just use 1,000 accounts as a pretty simple one. They vary because we do have some customers with electric and not water and wastewater. Stormwater is based on just having a piece of property and not specific utilities. But if you look at it as 1,000, you can get some general ideas when you're looking over our rates and fees, what kind of collections we can get from those. We then also, in the last number of years, have definitely been working the grant side of things a lot, you know, with flood recovery. I think that's a place where the town has excelled. And I had wanted to point out, I wanted to mention in the right timing that I really think we should think about after the grant, after the FEMA and the flood funding is done. We have a number of people who are aware of how grants work and how to get through these. It is something that's a little bit time intensive. So I think it's something to consider to have a grant specialist, who can go through and work through some of these grants while others are working on the actual projects that need to get done. We then also have loans, particularly low interest government funded loans. I believe it was in the packet or sent to you. I recently just completed for Colorado for CDPHE. We have to submit our grand scale of anything we think we might want to do over the next 20 years if we want to have any chance of getting that funded by loans. So there are some options out there. And one of the considerations behind the stormwater utility is also, once you start showing that you're collecting funds and you have this enterprise fund, you can use that as the collateral to get loans if it works out that you're going to be in a better financial position. If you can get a loan, get the project done, and pay the interest rather than try to do it piecemeal over a longer period of time. And in that, some of the final steps are also to make sure you consider the cost and time of maintenance of projects, in particular, some of the newer projects that may come along. Those are ones you really want to also take a step back and think about longer term. What kind of maintenance do we have to do? Do we have to flush these lines all the time? What might be involved? What kind of time usage from a staff perspective would that be? We then want to take this 5-year comprehensive plan and make sure we've organized it and try to get some annual priorities so we can have a schedule to follow. And then it was commented in this particular study to review and update on a biannual basis. And that would definitely be one that's, if at all possible, that's what you really want to try to do. We've seen things get backlogged and swamped down. And I thought it interesting just to point out this 2012 CIP included 23 projects in it that were mostly road-based, but I know they were also already working at a little bit of integration on how some of the other funds might need to be, capital improvements might need to be done for some of the other funds, and the other funds being enterprise funds might be able to help pay for some of the road work that needed to be done. Because if the water fund is digging up the roads for water project, usually you're paying to redo the road as part of that project. So that was most of the quick outline of that. Again, I thought if you read through the capital improvement plan, it can give some good framework for how to think about capital improvement planning. I did want to take the time to go for any questions on capital improvements planning. Okay, see, that's always the one you got to decide how much time do you plan for that.
Aaron, thanks for the presentation. This is Kenyon. Of those 23 projects, how many have we done, or are any of those done? Or did I miss that? I'm sorry if I did.
No, I didn't go through and really go over what we have done and not done yet with that. We have done a number, well, we have done some of them. And on the road portion of it, we are getting a lot of the roadway work done with the current project that's in process right now. That wouldn't do a lot for the underlying utilities, but there have been some of those that were done with flood recovery work. So that is part of it too, is really getting out what's already been done and what needs to be done.
Right. And the last 5-year plan was the 2012 plan?
Yes, and that was specifically for roads.
that was just for roads, though. It wasn't what the comprehensive plan called out for all town services.
Correct.
And I think we need to keep in the balance here too, is that when we did the Lions Recovery Action Plan in early 2014, I guess it would have been, we kind of reprioritized at that point. And like Aaron said, we were really fortunate to get several of the projects done through flood recovery that were on that list. So we've made some probably more strides than we would have been able to do just as a town on our own in that amount of time.
But we haven't done a biannual update since 2012.
Well,
No.
the new pavement assessment is done now. You're going to see that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just.
Aaron, this is Mark Browning. Of those 23 projects, some of them have been done. Were they ever ranked like 1 to 23, or was it just kind of a comprehensive, this is what needs to be done list?
Right. I don't think they were ranked. They were not ranked anything that I had seen. Really the flood coming after that, that was what determined what needed to get done and the prioritization.
So as of today, there's not really a ranked list of beyond the flood projects of what capital improvements rank 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever.
Correct. We had talked about trying to even just understand what the top project would be the last couple of years while I was doing the UEB. And so it had always looked like the Longs Peak project was the next project that really should get done. The volume of work that needed to be done there. There were a number of utilities that could use some work. So that one had been scheduled to the top. And in my last discussion with the UEB, it had sort of been, well, let's try to keep something going. And we've already had this one project, at least was at the top. And now that is one of the main priorities, is trying to take all of our plans and develop comprehensively what's going to be priority number 2, let's say, just so that we can keep moving forward. We have this number 1 that's supposedly been number 1 for the last 4 or 5 years. So we can try to keep moving on that. And now let's take everything else and put it on the table and come up with that structured list based on, is this water line worse than this sewer line? Well, we need 2 projects done here and only 1 here. Do we do these? We need to do the road, but we need to do these first and really try to look at things in a more comprehensive way like that.
Aaron, do we have a GIS mapping of the water, sewer, and electric systems?
We have some different mappings that were put together at different times. I'm not that confident, especially in the water wastewater one. I found a few places where I go to try to look at it and it's not correct. So I have to still go back and find the actual drawing. I did find out we had somebody who came in and did that, but it may have been that people were pretty busy and I'm not sure how much real guidance he was given. You know, it sounded like he came in to do this project and so might not have always been sure if he was putting a storm sewer drain or a sewer drain. If this was just an active water valve or it was an old valve that should have been marked decommissioned. And on the electric side, we have the utility poles, but we don't have much about transformers or anything that I've seen in the GIS with transformers. So that is another one. And the UEB has a couple of people who are very interested in that. I heard there's somebody on the PCDC now interested in that. So I'm trying to work with Planner Glasgow, who had been the one handling the GIS, so that we can get some of these volunteers involved and see how we coordinate the GISing of the system in a more accurate way.
Thank you.
Utilities Director, I have one other question, and this may be for, I think it's Joel and Chris. The grant funding support seems like that would be in our mutual best interest. Is that a service, or is there any opportunity for Murray Scott to help us, or maybe suggest a person or a process to be able to maybe secure those grants more efficiently?
This is Joel. Yeah, I can answer that. I would say that it would start with trying to categorize the projects first and see what would be prioritized first, and then see what level of effort we can put into those to kind of estimate the approximate cost and do a little preliminary engineering in there. That would usually go a little further as far as funding. There are obviously the normal agencies would be DOLA, Department of Energy and Mineral Impacts, CDPHE, SRF funding, which is what Aaron's actually applied for too. And there's a couple other utility grants you can get, but usually related to water conservation and what have you. Water conservation plans can be performed, and master planning of, developing the CIP. Sometimes those can even be funded. So yeah, there's definitely some avenues we can take. But first, trying to prioritize and kind of pick off the low-hanging fruit would be the way to approach that.
Great, I appreciate that. I guess my question was more, is grant writing a service that's offered by Murray Scott, or recommend that type of skill set? I think our issue is we know what grants, we just need somebody to sit down and write them.
We could, it depends on the grant. Most of them we do ourselves. So like a lot of those with DOLA and CDPHE we have done, yes. I wouldn't say we're going to do a GOCO funded grant or something like that. So some of those one-off grants you get from planning, we don't always do, but it's definitely something we could look and see if it would be best for us to do first before you guys go trying to find someone else to help you out with it.
Thanks, just trying to get creative.
Mm-hmm.
And if there aren't any other questions, otherwise I had introduced at the beginning Joel Price and Chris Jane are our engineers with Murraysmith, and they'll be presenting the 2019 pavement assessment. So I stopped sharing my screen.
Should be good right here. You guys see the presentation there?
Yep.
Okay, so this builds upon a little bit of what Aaron was talking about, and give you a little history of why we did this pavement conditions assessment summary, is to start prioritizing CIPs. If you look at your roadway conditions today, actually you have quite a few upgrades going on with the CDBG projects, but before that, this was done back in November of 2019. So we kind of want to get our head around and a handle on prioritizing some of the road conditions and making sure we're putting our money in the best and most appropriate place. Because if you take a first look at some of these roads, you're going to say, okay, most of them look pretty beat up. They need some help here and there. Some of them need to be fully reconstructed. But this is kind of a summary of our findings here, and you can see the color on the map here. These designate the different categories after a grading that was performed. So we hired a contractor.
Doesn't look like the page changed. Did you?
Oh, sorry. Maybe I'm on the. Yeah. I'm working with two screens here, so. There we go. Thanks, Aaron. So this is an overall map that was performed after the assessment was done in 2019, again, prior to these paving improvements going on. So we got a good existing conditions map. You can see the categories here from 1 to 5. I'll get into how that was graded. But green, blue, and yellow are the ones you really want to pay attention to. The orange and the red are kind of noted as too far gone, if you will. If there's a utility to replace there or something like that, it makes a lot of sense. But to just go in and do pavement maintenance, you want to focus more on the blue and the green items. You can see Long's Peak here is red because we know what condition that's in, and we know we got a utility project coming up there too. So it's on the priority list for different reasons, but not necessarily for paving, but just the overall comprehensive infrastructure package that can be improved there. There's roughly 11 miles of centerline roadway. That includes up here at Eagle Canyon, Apple Valley, and further north too. So all extensive your local streets and roads that might not be centered around downtown. So getting into those colors again, the good to very poor, green, blue, orange, and red. There's a PCI, which stands for Pavement Conditions Index. That is a score from 0 to 100 that, you know, paving experts have kind of developed over time to talk about the stress, the failure of the pavement, what condition it's in. And passing or good is 70 to 100. And roughly 50% of your streets and towns actually made this category, and another 22% made the fair category. And that's good news in that most 2/3 of your roads in town are at a point that you should start considering some sort of maintenance, which is, you know, crack sealing, which I know you guys have seen around some of the subdivisions of late. Last year we did some of that, and Stone Canyon especially. And the town's average score is 64 of PCI. So it's a little misleading because you have a few that were brand new with Apple Valley Road, and then some that are in really bad condition like Longs Peak Avenue. The average is not a great representative score, but in general, you're looking fairly good to kind of continue maintenance if we can start to develop some budgets for that. So that's what we move into a budget options report from there. And paying attention just to PCIs, not looking at combining utility or stormwater or curb and gutter or anything like that, just looking at the pavement conditions. This is kind of your critical point here, where you want to think about putting the money back into those kind of maintenance costs. And once you get past that point, it starts to fall off pretty hard, and you start to lose your road here in that you can do all the maintenance in the world right in here, but it's not going to have returns that this would here at this point to get you back to good and prolong the life of your roadway. It's more than likely just to let it go and wait until it pretty much fails and concentrate all your efforts and funds here to bring these roads back up to good conditions. And from that map previously on the first slide, you'll see there was a decent amount in this area, and just reported in the previous slide as well, that there's a lot of potential here that we can take advantage of. But once it's gone, it's gone. And, you know, it's not going to really like fail much worse once it gets down to a very poor condition. It's going to just stay in that condition over time, unless there's some direct runoff that continues to be a nuisance flow over the top of it. And so from there, you want to start thinking about how to prioritize, and just looking at the PCIs. That's one way to go. And paying attention to what is fair or a good condition and focusing on that. But there's other ways too, in that what are some utilities we might have out there to improve? Like Longs Peak, again, will be one we'll prioritize, so we can kind of tag team the utility infrastructure on and put the paving back in place and bring that from a poor road up to a brand new road, and get you 20, 25 years of life on it before you have to do any further maintenance. But this is really where we need to take it to the next step with the CIPs to continue to develop. Having this little grading report, if you will, of the conditions in towns helps us focus on what paving's good, and then we can combine that with the opportunities we have in utilities to combine the CIP efforts. Here's some treatment strategies for maintenance only. If you look in the kind of clockwise rotation here and top left, starting with your cheapest is crack seal, which is done this past summer. This is pretty cheap, $2.50, probably even less than that per square yard. I think we got some less than that this past year in Stone Canyon and over there by the high school as well. And then moving clockwise here, you're going to a chip or slurry seal. Slurry seal is a little more common for towns of your size. The chip seal, it's a little more like county roads. You'll see that done a lot on Highway 36 is what you'll see out there quite a bit. About every 3 to 5 years, CDOT will do that with chip seal. It's a little messier, but it has its place. But typically you'll see this kind of slurry seal that goes on top. That's a little more expensive, but it gets you a little more mileage as well, and can bring that PCI up from, say, if it's at a 70, it brings it up to like a 90, if you will. And this right here is just kind of keeping things from degrading really fast, if you will, but it doesn't really do much more than just provides a band-aid. And then you get in mill and overlay, which can bring you up from, say, a 70 to like 100, because you're actually adding another 2 inches of asphalt, but you have to mill down the existing pavement to get. And if you got some of the roads in town are actually only 3 inches in depth, so that's kind of an issue with some of the millings. You want to typically mill down 2 to 3 inches. So if you think about that, you're milling away your existing asphalt depth altogether, and then you're overlaying on top of it. So that's something else to consider when you're milling overlaying a road, to make sure you have a substantial subbase there. And you want a minimum of 4 inches before you go that route. Something else to consider when you go into mill and overlay. And then there's full depth reconstruction, which is basically once it gets to a very poor condition, say 0 to 25, you just want to go this route and take out the old asphalt. Sometimes you can reclaim the asphalt in place and recycle some of it in subgrade. But most of the time you only want to recycle a certain portion of it, because it'll tend to weaken your subgrade as well. But those are kind of some just good pictures and representations of what we can do here, and types of maintenance we'll look at potentially doing in the future related to what score is on the road. What else we got here? And then I wanted to speak a little bit to the ongoing paving projects you have going on. So the 2020 flood recovery CDBG projects that are going on right now, and the 2nd Avenue Bridge replacement also has some paving. Those are pretty substantial. They are actually not reflected in this assessment. So there's something I'll talk about on the next slide, and how we will kind of retroactively put those back into play when we do develop a CIP. The next priority is Longs Peak Avenue and utilities. And then safe routes to school, which is going to be hopefully happening in the next year or two. We're definitely looking at planning right now, and got funding approval, got an IGA in the works with CDOT, and that'll also improve some of the roadways up 4th Avenue, I believe, yeah. And then we took this information and went into a funding scenario, and this is just kind of I guess a decent idea what kind of best case and worst case scenarios we could play here. And scenario 1 is basically taking what you got going on today and doing as-needs repairs. What you'll see over time is every 3 to 4 years, your PCIs will continue to drop if you continue to operate on those means. And then all the way to the very end, the report reflected roughly $3.9 million if you were to bring all your PCIs up to 100 and replace all your roads. So that's kind of best case and worst case scenario, or I should say, if you had all the money in the world, what you would do and you could spend. And we all know that's not the case. So scenario 2 or 3 is somewhere like the Goldilocks treatment, if you will, and that you want to try to maintain that average you have of 64 in your roads. And that equates to roughly $320,000 to $350,000 a year to start budgeting in the coming years, to start able to do those maintenance treatments that will prolong the life and at least maintain, if not increase, the PCI to the pavements moving forward. So this kind of gives us a gut check of where we are. And I want to speak a little bit more to the fact you guys have done roughly $1.2 or $3 million to date of this 1.6 of the 5-year goal. So you've kind of got a huge leg up or step forward in the right direction with CDBG projects going on. And those were something that we're going to retroactively kind of assess with this report and moving forward with the CIP plan. So that gives you a little breathing room here to kind of figure out how we could potentially increase the funding to 10 to, let's call it 200 or even 250 a year to help catch up to where we need to be ultimately long term. And it kind of comes back into, improving improving quality of the infrastructure, quality of life, and overall well-being of the town, and making sure that things are getting coordinated and updated. So the next steps are prioritize CIPs, talk about retroactively talk about and incorporate the recently installed improvements, and look what we can do to maintain the PCIs based on the life cycle of the street, and prioritizing the higher PCIs versus the lower PCIs, and then explore some of those funding options I was speaking of earlier, which is DOLA, and that's the energy and mineral impacts, as well as CDOT. CDOT, Safe Routes to School funding, is one thing that we'll do. It's mostly related to paths and walks, but there's definitely going to be a little bit of pavement improvements and do an overlay on that section of road. And CDOT also has the TIP funding projects as well that are usually got their strings attached with them, being CDOT funded projects, but can provide a decent amount of funding if it's a CDOT road or tied to some CDOT project. So that's kind of it in the latest with the pavement assessment report. And any questions you guys have, I'm happy to answer.
Chris, I was wondering if I misheard you when you talked about road conditions and you mentioned Apple Valley Road.
Mm-hmm.
Did you mention Apple Valley Road?
Yes, yes.
And why is Apple Valley Road considered in a Town of Lyons a road condition assessment?
Because it's in the town limits. It was annexed into the town limits, at least a portion of it was, from the intersection of 36 all the way to the Planet Bluegrass property. So it's not entirely the whole road, but it's a portion of it. So that portion was assessed.
Okay.
Joel, would you be able to go back to the map with the colors?
Yeah, it's a good map.
There. Now that they've heard what those mean, it might be.
Yeah.
I have this is Greg Lowell. I'm just going to throw this out there. To all concerned, has the town ever considered bonding or an impact fee for any developers that are using this roads for their subdivisions? I'll give you a case in point, and I'm not suggesting that we done Summit for fixing McConnell Drive, but I note that McConnell Drive is in very poor condition. We're going to be adding another 40 households to that road, as well as probably 2 years of heavy construction vehicles. I'm just throwing it out there. If anybody has ever considered an impact fee for developers to take care of the roads, or putting up a bond to cover any further damage to the roads.
I'm probably the one to answer that. There was never anything negotiated to date with Lyons Valley Park roads, because it was all Markel. You know, they were the sole developer of all of it. I know that Planner Glasgow feels like we should take a look at impact fees to roads and the other infrastructure, actually. So that is something we can consider. I didn't think about this, Aaron, but I should have attached a link. CML, Colorado Municipal League, has a whole set of resources on how to fund infrastructure that I should have probably added for the board to take a look at as well. And I still can do that because it does explain different sources of income like that some of you may not be familiar with, such as impact fees or assessments. Some communities call them assessments, that each house gets assessed their portion of the road in front of their home. There's lots of ways that it can be done, but I do believe Paul Glasgow, I remember him saying once, we are the only community in Boulder County that does not have any type of street impact fee. So when we look at this map, Joel, the two areas that are red, which are already past their repairability, were Second Avenue, which just got replaced this year with flood recovery funds, and Long's Peak, which we're going to talk about later tonight, but is scheduled to be done hopefully next year. What you're saying is then we should skip over the orange colored roads and concentrate on those that are blue and yellow, because they're able to be repaired at a cheaper cost and gain 10 to 20 years of life.
Exactly. Yeah. When you're looking just the PCI. Yeah, exactly. And that's not always the case how you're going to do your projects, but it just gives you a place to kind of a framework to work within.
Yeah, if I can jump in real quick, Joel, too, just to expand upon that. So what you're really trying to do with those green and blue, and even we have one or two yellow, which are basically the same category as blue or same rating. But what you're really trying to do is you're trying to protect that investment. And that's what the crack sealing does. One of your worst enemies with pavement and your sub base is water. The freeze thaw cycle, if you get water down in there, and it kind of will ruin your subgrade, which then reflects up through your pavement. It'll destroy your pavement as well directly as that water freezes and thaws and freezes and thaws multiple times over the course of a winter or something. And so that's one example of the crack sealing is just what you're really trying to do is keep the water out. Same thing with the slurry seal. And so those are, relatively speaking, inexpensive options to protect and protect the investment, and then extend the life of that existing pavement. When you start to get into yellow and orange and red, I mean, because you asked that question, Victoria, and it's almost a little bit counterintuitive. It's like, well, why aren't we addressing the worst ones? And it's not that you won't address the worst ones at some point, but at some point, and that's what that curve that Joel was showing is that in the first, so you got about a 40% drop in quality in the first 15, 16 years or whatever, and first 75% of the service life of a pavement, you're only going to lose 40% in that first 3/4 of its life cycle, which hopefully is 25 years. And then it really starts to drop fast. And so then what you're doing in yellow and red, if you're not replacing or completely rebuilding that road, and it varies, you could do some sort of rehabilitation like a mill and overlay. And then, when it's totally failed, you've got to do the full reconstruction. But if you start to do crack sealing or a slurry seal on those pavements that are in the yellow and orange and heading towards red, you're really just throwing away good money, throwing good money after bad at that point. And so that's where, when you start setting up budgets and stuff, if there's a certain budget, pavement maintenance, maintaining these green and yellow and keeping them in green and yellow for as long as you possibly can, instead of dropping down into the red and having to pay, 20 times or whatever it might be, the cost of trying to maintain it.
Yeah, and I'll add to that too, and kind of just give another spin on this. Some of these roads are damaged due to the stormwater infrastructure or lack thereof. So there's a decent amount of runoff coming down these that tend to, like Second Avenue here is in bad condition due to runoff over by the high school as well, and Lions Valley Park due to lack of stormwater infrastructure. So that's something else to consider too. You can pave and keep paving and maintaining those roads all day long, but if you don't deal with the stormwater issues, you'll always be chasing your tail there. So there's something, we'll look at that through those lenses as well. So again, this is just strictly talking about paving conditions, and that's what we wanted to perform, just to kind of get an idea where our worst paving conditions are in town.
And I'll make one more quick comment before, or in case somebody has any other questions, but to tie this back to what Aaron was talking about earlier, a good example of that is the 3rd Avenue water line, which was kind of an unexpected short little project that was kind of determined, and you guys gave the go ahead to do that this spring. And it made a lot of sense, but you know, the CDBG paving project was exactly that, a paving project. It wasn't taking into consideration the other infrastructure, the water and the sewer per se. I mean, it did deal with some drainage, but this was a section that was identified in the CIP from 2012, or I believe, the latest CIP for the water. And so it was an opportunity that the road was already torn up. So why not get in there and fix that water line that had been known to have some leaks or breaks? And so that's where this all kind of comes back to again, is looking at this map and saying, okay, we got to maintain this, or this needs to be replaced. But how do you tie that in with the other infrastructure, not just water and sewer, but storm drainage as well?
In regard to cost and cost efficiency, could you explain to me the difference in efficiency between slurry sealing and crack sealing?
So essentially crack sealing is what, you know, if you've got, and it kind of depends on what the distress of the pavement might be, what things are, you know, what kind of degradation you're having out there. So if you've got a lot of longitudinal cracks, like you see in the upper left-hand corner, and you can actually see some in the right-hand corner too, or the upper right-hand corner. So starting with the upper left-hand corner, what they're doing there, you've got these cracks that start to get to be a decent size, and they go in there and they blow them out with air, clean them out, and then fill them with an asphalt sealant. And so really you're just addressing just the cracks. When you go over to a slurry seal, now you're looking to, in fact, a lot of times before you do a slurry seal or a chip seal, you'll actually do the crack sealing as well. At least the major ones. The minor ones, the slurry seal, you're basically pouring, if you will, you dump in a whole bunch of asphalt on the roadway and spreading it out, and it'll fill those smaller cracks. But you're normally not applying enough to fill the larger cracks, so you do the crack seal ahead of time. And then the slurry seal is a treatment to the entire road instead of just the cracks. And then the chip seal is basically similar to a slurry seal, but then you're just adding rock chips on top of that for both traction and then also a wearing course that kind of, you're adding a buffer to that pavement, if you will.
And the time that they would both be efficient. I live in right below Stone Canyon, so I know all about crack sealing. So I'm wondering whether a chip or a slurry seal would actually be more efficient. So what I want to know is the time length of the comparison.
The time length for installation, or
no, for efficiency,
to keep it up to
grading further.
Yeah.
The life of the pavement.
Gotcha. So that's again, I think that goes back a little bit to the types of cracks you're dealing with. If you're dealing with kind of a lot of spread out larger cracks, then the chip crack seal may be all you need to do. But if you've got a lot of minor cracks, and also the slurry seal does another thing. So the sunlight, UV, degrades, asphalt just degrades over time. It breaks down the asphalt itself, which is what binds the pavement together and keeps all the rocks and sand together, is that asphalt. And over time that degrades. And so by doing that slurry seal, you're kind of adding think of it as a coat of paint to the outside of your house. You're adding another layer of protection to the entire roadway, as opposed to just going in and sealing
things,
cracks, which may be allowing water into your subgrade or your aggregate base.
To give you some sort of frame of reference on time, I mean, crack seals 3 to 5 years, maybe 5 years, and then the slurry seal might add another 2 to 3 years on top of that. So 6 7 years. So it's a little better. But you know, they're maintenance. They're a constant thing you got to do every, you know, anywhere from 5 to 7 years.
Okay.
Follow-up question on crack sealing. We've done some of that in recent years. One example I would point to is Old Main Street, which is a 1-block street between 2nd and 3rd Avenues. That was crack sealed, I want to say maybe 3 years ago. If you go down the street today, I'm not exaggerating, there are 4-inch gaps, deep holes in that street where it was crack sealed. What happens in situations like that? Is there something about lime soil that crack sealing doesn't work sometimes, or what? Because that one was crack sealed and it's got big gaps in it right now.
Yeah, without, you know, I don't know the specifics, or I haven't looked at them, I guess, but that's one of those things that, you know, crack seals, if you don't deal with cracks early on, then they're going to continue to get worse. They could have been too big at that point in time, so it was kind of just a Band-Aid to cover it up type of thing for a few years, and then, you know, then they just continue to pull apart, and that crack just kind of reappears. And if the cracks are too big, then just pouring sealant in there isn't going to solve it necessarily long term. It may last for a couple years, but like you said, as that pavement heats and cools, it expands and stretches, and it just pulls that apart, and that crack opens back up. So it could have been the wrong treatment for the road. It could have been just a temporary treatment, or, you know, kind of a Band-Aid to try and add a little bit of time. But there could be a couple of things going on there why it's kind of opened back up.
Right, to ask, in our current process, didn't I hear that we're kind of looking, if they get too deep, if they get down really where you're almost cracking the road in half, then if you fill that crack, you're only getting the top and it's going to come right back?
Yeah, and that's the same thing with a mill and overlay. You know, again, it needs to be applied in the right situation. If you've got really broken up, bad, lots of potholes, Joel mentioned again, thin pavement. If you only got a couple in 2 or 3 inches out there, if you've got 3 inches and you try to mill off 2 inches, likelihood is you're going to rip up most of your road, because that 1 inch isn't going to be able to stay, isn't going to be able to bond to the gravel or the soil underneath and not get ripped up by the big rotors that come along when you're milling the road. And so, similar what you just mentioned, Aaron, if you've got 5 or 6 inches of pavement and you have cracks that are 4 inches deep and you mill off 2 inches, you're still leaving a good portion of the crack there. And then when you put pavement back over it, it's just a matter of time until those cracks that are down below are going to reflect up through your new pavement. And there's some things you can do to address that. And there's different, you can do like geotextile fabric type things when you do a pavement rehab over the old pavement, so that those old cracks don't reflect up through. But ideally, when you do a mill and overlay, you're doing it in such that if a lot of your cracks are 1.5 inches deep or something, you're milling 2 inches off. So you're basically taking out all of those bad cracks and putting back new pavement before those cracks have a chance to, you know, get all the way down to the sub base or all the way through the pavement, like Aaron mentioned.
Shouldn't someone then, the person doing that filling, because I know the crack that Mayor Pro Tem Brownie's talking about, I was just looking at it the other day myself as I walked over it. That one is a good 3+ inches deep, if not more. So it's probably down into the road base. So, okay, you guys are working for us now at this point. As we go over this, we set a project for spring of 2021. You're going to determine whether that thing is into the road base or not for us, or should our staff take care of that, or the company hired should know and let us know, shouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, they should. I mean, you can certainly rely on them a little bit but you know, if they were hired, hey, go out here and seal all these cracks, then, you know, that's probably what they did, but not, you know, necessarily, you know, were they asked for their expertise, whether it would help or not. You know, again, I don't know that, but yeah, ideally with any of that, you would make that assessment and make a recommendation for the type of treatment, and then, you know, design it accordingly if necessary. Obviously, if it's a crack seal, you got a lot of minor cracks out there, you know, there's not a whole lot of design involved with that or whatever, but, you know, in certain areas, even with the CDBG paving project, there were a couple areas where they had, you know, kind of a bid item in there with just kind of a miscellaneous quantity to go in and address some areas. And so you may have a thing where, you know, 90% of the road just needs to be crack sealed, but there was a couple of problem areas for whatever reason. You may just want to go in there, saw cut that pavement out, dig out the gravel, the base, you know, kind of build that back up and do some patching, and, you know, and fix, you know, do spot improvements with that, you know. So it could be a mixture of treatments for something like that, where you do, you know, some crack sealing for most of it, or there's a couple of cracks that are too big to be done, and do something different at those locations. So the short answer is yes, if there was something that we were going to look at, we definitely want to try to assess it and recommend the most applicable treatment.
Yeah, that can actually be assessed in the field too. Sometimes we took a layer off the top of, I believe it was 2nd Avenue during that paving project, and it was over budget. And we looked at the subgrade and noticed it was actually in way better condition than we suspected. So we went ahead and said, you know, we don't need to dig this down any further. Let's just re-overlay this with the condition it's in and save some money and get some more mileage out of that budget. So there were some things that happened actually in the field too that can be assessed, but definitely want to try to get as much information as we can ahead of time. That can take geotech cores, or yeah, just doing more visual assessment in the field to determine that sort of thing for sure. I think if you guys don't have any other questions, I'll just turn it back over to Aaron, and we could wrap it up, I guess.
I didn't really have too much else to add, so we can.
I will, Aaron. So I think one of the challenges that you're going to see is that we have these pavement conditions, and then we have these other studies that say, oh, the water line here or the sewer line there needs repaired. So what we want to do in a comprehensive capital improvement plan is to bring all that information into one document that can say, based on all the different studies, water, sewer, stormwater, electric, and pavement, this is the priority plan. This is how much it will take. And these are some options to pay for. And so it has been a goal of the department head level anyway, to try to bring all of this information together into a workable document that we can follow, and then update that document every, should be every couple of years. But that's the goal of what we would like to do at the staff level. Now that we have the pavement assessment, and these other documents are now going on 3 years old, 3 to 4. So it's before we have to update those again. We'd like to do a comprehensive capital improvement plan, which the town, as far as I know, has not had.
Aaron, this is Mark Browning. I got one more question that kind of goes to the overall capital improvement plan rather than just the pavement. Like you said, the Longspeak Drive sewer main and also the water main, because it would go with it, have been at the top of the list for the last several years. But last year, we had a water line break out on Apple Valley Road out toward the storage tank. And what the board was told was that when the crews went in there on an emergency basis to assess the damage, they found that old pipe, which I think dated from the 1960s or something like that, was sitting on top of rocks rather than being properly bedded. And they replaced the section that had broken, but that it appeared it continued in that condition on down Apple Valley Road. And so I guess, as I understood it at the time, that is our sole source of water supply to the town. of that line coming out of that tank on Apple Valley Road. And I guess a question I would have is, what needs to be done to investigate risk of the remaining section of water line under Apple Valley Road that supplies water to the entire town, and where might that rank in the overall priority list? Because to me, sole source of water supply to the whole town ranks pretty high if something really needs to be done.
Well, just so you are aware that water does come from the high pressure station out east, and the tank balances off of that.
Right.
So really, the tank acts as a counterweight or a leverage. It's pushing pressure with pure gravity back against the high pressure system so they can balance each other out. So if that went down and it was capped, you could still pump from the high pressure station. That's going to be more costly and not what you want to do, but just so you know that that is out there, that we could work off the high pressure station.
That's what we did after.
Ranking is, that still needs to be developed. Definitely something that's up there. The same thing now with the leak of the water tank itself. So the whole reworking of, or the, I don't know what they call, redoing the entire inside of the tank probably needs to be done as a larger project. So it's really still up there as one of the projects that needs to be evaluated with everything else. I would think that would make it a higher priority to get that water line. We would need to look at it, and I don't know that cameraing is going to tell us what the base outside is like, but we could see if there are leaks, joints. Victoria.
We do belong to.
Go ahead. So what needs to be done to investigate the rest of that line? Like you say, cameraing may not be good. Are we going to have to dig into the Apple Valley Road so that we'd have to replace the road, even though that's county road? Or what's the process for looking at that issue?
We belong to several different water organizations, and one of them is called the Colorado Rural Water Association. They offer a leak detection service. They come out and they actually listen for leaks. They set up a series of spots along the water line to listen for hisses and different sounds than just the normal gurgling of the water. And they're able to do that at a pretty reasonable cost when you're a member. So after you asked me that this afternoon, I wrote a note to Aaron to reach out to them and get a cost estimate for that stretch of the road to do a leak detection.
If we're going to try to be prioritizing projects in a capital improvement plan, that one I think may have come up since the 2017 study, and it really needs some, based on what the board was told, the last board was told, that one may need to be investigated for elevation on the priority list.
In addition to that, Pro Tem Browning, is also our, as we found out with the shorting of our electric line this March during a snowstorm, we had power shut off to the entire town, and we've got that whole section underground with 3-phase power. If there is additional deterioration of lines, I think Aaron has talked about this to our board before, after that, after those repairs were made, that we're going to probably have to do the same thing with that, because that's our main electricity coming into town. We can't afford to have that go down either. That's probably got to be on the list. And part of my trustee report, I will be indicating that the chair, Jim Kerr, has spent his retired engineering time going into a deep dive into our bills and the stats that we get from Mean. And it looks like we have been losing about 1% of our electricity a year over the last several years. So was that due to that particular short? Maybe. Are there a couple shorts and that's part of it? Don't know. That's something we need to look at too, consider high on the priority too. Because again, not only do you have what you brought up is our main line of water, those lines coming underground from our substation are also our electricity and our power, and don't want to have that fail in the middle of winter on our residents. And it also brings up another question to possibly Chris and Joel. As we do this High Street stormwater project, I brought up to the UEB several times, and I think you guys have kind of looked over the documents. We're going beyond 30% design at this point. And in our report that was given to us, I think it was in Jim Blankenship's report, it was indicating that just by, if you don't do anything with the level of the roadway and you're rehabbing stormwater moving, you actually may be creating a greater cost or problem down the road on your own drainage improvements. And I've asked about that project a couple of times about dropping that road a couple inches, and I've been told it's probably not a good idea at this point, dollar cost, and that road, what is it, Aaron? It heaves up at each corner at 4th and 5th.
Right, so it
Like,
heaves down to the center.
Yeah, but short-term fix we're going to do on that road at the cost is going to possibly take care of some of our problems by adding more inlets to the storm system, drainage system. But if we have an event where that system is already at capacity and additional rains come, what money we're going to put in the High Street is pretty much not going to do anything, in my understanding. Is that incorrect, halfway correct, not correct at all, Chris or Joel?
No, that is partially correct. You know, it is certainly not being designed to handle a major storm event, like a 100-year rain event up in Steamboat Valley. That is not, yeah, that, and then all that, whatever comes down through there and makes it to High Street, it's not going to be designed to handle that. And the water is probably going to continue as it does today to flow down between 4th and 5th from High down to Main and make its way as it does today. Really, to address some of the storm drainage problems in Steamboat, needs to start up at the head of the drainage basin, maybe do some additional detention and do some things there, and also, you know, assess or look at options coming from the stream up. So you could put a whole bunch more inlets, but you're limited by your downstream pipe size as well. And so we're connecting into, I think that project is planning to connect into the existing system that is, I believe, 18 inches, you know, so it's probably limited by that size in terms of, you know, we could add a few more inlets and it's going to deal with the smaller drainage events, the nuisance flows, some of the snow melt, some of the ponding after storm events, but those major events is still going to be an issue.
And those 18-inch ones, they drain into the big box culverts, right? The big 5-foot, 4-foot.
No, what's being connected, so on High Street, there's 2 inlets. And I think there's a couple between High and Main, but between High and Main, between the buildings that also connect to the bigger box, but there's 2 inlets, smaller, that dump into that box. But what this project is connecting into is the main that is in 4th Avenue and runs all the way down 4th Avenue and dumps into the creek at the south end of 4th.
And that's a smaller oval one then, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So if that oval one is at full capacity, from events further upstream, in a second or third cloud comes over like it just does here in the monsoons, High Street still is good, as you said. We're going to still have our problems in the 10
Yes.
10 years. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, would it be appropriate to say that what we are designing this for with the funding we have is a 2 to 5 year nuisance flows we get every year with those heavy rainfalls?
Yeah, it's something in that kind of on the, I don't know if I'd even go as high as 5, but kind of the storm events that would be classified as 1 to 2 year storm events, which probably happen more than once every year or once every 2 years. But
usually get 2 or 3 of those every summer, usually, you know, preceded by hail that stops up everything.
yeah, causes its own problems. But yeah, it's probably somewhere in that range. I don't know that you could quite say it's going to deal with a full 5-year storm. Because again, I was going to say that's connecting into that existing system, and that existing system in 4th is not being upsized.
And it might be worth noting, though, that this wasn't something that was prioritized, that we were advised that we did have more funding. I don't remember if Longmont or somebody backed out and we had more funding to try to do a smaller scale stormwater project, and that some of the nuisance flooding on High Street has been a visible concern, has been something the UEB has talked about. Again, it wouldn't be pushed as a prioritization for overall stormwater projects, but it was somewhere that we had concerns with all the pooling that happens in front of the various businesses in that area.
So, just a little light information for us all to think about, right? Just so the new trustees know, when we had this the water and wastewater study done by RG and Associates several years ago, the improvement cost, was nearly 20 million. And now if you add on, I believe it's 26 million for stormwater drainage. And now the new pavement assessment, I don't think they put numbers to that one yet, Joel, but we are talking tens of millions of dollars that are needed to keep our streets maintained and improved. And this is not an unusual circumstance. I want to tell you that all across our country, the infrastructure is aging. Communities have not been putting away money over the years when they should have, from tap fees and things like that, to cover these things. So this is a situation we're going to have to maneuver through. It might be something we could have someone come in and help us try to figure out, how do you pay for these kinds of numbers that just are so overwhelming. But I will send you a link to some of what other communities are doing to give you some ideas on this. But similar to kind of putting aside money for our clawbacks, we need to be putting aside money for our infrastructure as well. And we took the first step this last year by starting the stormwater drainage fee. That was a big step. So that is starting to put aside money every year for storm drainage projects. Other comments or questions? Was this helpful to understand capital improvements and how the town defines them? You know, it might be something we want to look at, is to change the definition of a capital improvement. A one-year lifespan isn't very long. Usually capital improvements last at least 5 years to make it something more substantial than just, you know, a one-year type of purchase. So, you know, there's some things there that we might take a look at too. I believe the finance director has a strong background working with Boulder County and has some other information on this as well. So she'll be helpful as we start talking about this in our budgeting meetings.
No, very good assessment. Very good report, I think. Helped me a lot, bring some stuff together. And I know the UEB's been working, is just now meeting to go further and bring all these reports together and start trying to list things. I'll bring that up in my report later. So no, thanks. And thanks to Chris and Joel for being here and explaining everything.
Anybody else, ideas on next steps that would be helpful?
Like I said, I'd sure like to get a GIS of all the infrastructure. I think that's incredibly important. And also,
It is, and that was actually,
and also to camera everything, know what we have to repair, you know, so that the plan is actually comprehensive. I think that, I thank the presenters and Aaron. I think it was a great report. Thank you.
good.
One thing real briefly, and this is something I think that we need to consider, just like has been done with the stormwater fund. I think we need to seriously look at the next time we do budget, overall budget considerations, at least beginning a capital improvements fund. The stormwater fund, even when it was created several years ago, it was understood that it wasn't going to be enough to do all the stormwater projects that had been identified, but it was a start. Something's better than nothing. And I think in the capital improvements area, I think it's high time that we started at least some type of an annual capital improvements fund, even though we know it may not be enough. Who knows, 5 to 10 years down the road, maybe if we built up a balance there, if anything hasn't been used to address emergency projects, maybe that's what we use to leverage some additional grants or do some borrowing or something like that. But the lack of a capital improvements fund is, I think, a serious shortcoming that we need to address.
There is one other source of funding we haven't talked about, and I'll just keep it really brief, but you may or may not recall that FEMA has adopted a new policy that they want to spend as much on mitigation as they do in annual disasters. So they've started what's called the FEMA Federal Mitigation Grant Fund. And this would be funds that we could apply for to put in projects into place so a disaster is not caused. So just as we've been really fortunate, it's one of the silver linings of this whole flood event was getting some of our roads done and water and sewer lines. This is another opportunity. We could go forward with some projects to say that this would improve storm drainage, which is the premise we're doing our paving on right now. So that is an area I would love to find out a little bit more about. I just have not had time. It went into effect in 2019. But I'd like to find out more about that and see if there's some of these projects that we could maybe apply for. When FEMA was here last time, they thought the steamboat drainage detention pond was an awesome project for mitigating stormwater through our community. So again, it takes a little investment up front to do the planning and get the engineering done, but they were saying they like that project a lot. If it can hold the water up at Steamboat and let it gradually drain through the 4th Avenue drainage instead of rushing through there when that big gully washer comes in someday. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to decide if we're done?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh, the mayor stepped away. So I think we're done. If no one else has questions or comments, we've lost a few people.
Yes, I think we should take a break and come back and take a 6-minute dinner break and come back in about 7 o'clock.
Thanks everyone for your input and attention.
There is an iPhone right there. Oh, that's Sergeant Chris. How many people do we have in attendance, Madam Clerk?
It looks like 24, sir.
I can't see anybody on my screen.
Hold on, I'll be right there.
Okay, thank you.
Or I don't know, but so if we could just make sure that we're setting the right expectations, I guess, with folks so that they know where to find the meetings when they want to look for them. And then the other thing is I wanted to talk about having a town hall. So I think the city of Lafayette has done that. And I would ask whether there is any other trustee who would be willing to sit in a Zoom town hall type situation with me at some point to see if there's any interest. And if there is interest from residents, then we could make it a regular thing. And I went by the parks too. I thought it was great. I think our staff is doing a fantastic job managing it. I was super happy to see the extra sheriffs, and the bike dude was exceptionally a nice guy. So appreciate all that. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Watt?
Hi. Yeah, I'm really glad that the parks went so well this past weekend. I think kudos to staff for proactive management of that, as well as the security. I will tell you that private property owners experienced a tremendous amount of stress and hassle this weekend on their properties. I know personally, we were threatened at the point of almost calling the police, and we'll be adding security, private security to our private properties, because I think the parks were so well taken care of. So when you put your finger on one hole, you got to make sure the dam's not leaking somewhere else. But that's caused significant impact on several businesses that I know are along the river, mine included. In terms of updates, the PCDC has a time to report tonight. There's 3 real key issues, I think, for PCDC. One is the outdoor activity overlay extension for the 100 block of Main Street. I think we'll be hearing a little bit about more about that later. Permitting outdoor dining is something that former trustee and Commissioner Drystad is leading the charge on, so that's been great. And then another item that we'll have on the agenda tonight is the R1 zoning in Old Town, especially Old Town North. So they're really the key issues that are the PCDC, but I'll leave it to them during their report to speak to those topics. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Caravas?
Good evening, everybody. I've got a little bit marked for you, Mayor Pro Tem Browning, on some of the solar stuff. The last 2 meetings have been pretty in depth, so I'll go through quite a few things, and I hope Aaron, if I got something wrong on my notes were wrong, he is here and he can correct me. But first and foremost, I'd like to request the mayor for an agenda item, more of a long-term solution for our parks. That would be the town of Lyons to get with FEMA and review that rigid playbook of theirs, which they listened to us once and worked with us on the buyout properties, and we were able to form the Dr. Bob program, and would get with them and get permission from them, or just tell them and let them worry about how they're going to handle it if we do it on our own. And that's charging a summer entrance fee at Laverne Johnson Park to cover the excess staff time, dollars spent, the damage to the park, the upkeep. It's only going to get worse. We know that. We predicted it. I do believe, as soon as maybe before the park, Laverne Johnson Park was even opened, Trustee Miller brought this up and was told no several times. But I don't like hearing the word can't do it, can't do it, can't do it. To me is more of a challenge to, yeah, let's go for it. So I'd like to put that challenge upon us and our staff to, over the next couple of years, we can get FEMA to work with us and share some of the proceeds from that to fund other FEMA projects here in the Front Range. Because the parks are taking a beating. I do go through them, but we are spending a lot of time, not only just us on the board, but staff, Victoria, all the way down to Crystal sitting out there getting one heck of a tan and getting a lot of vitamin D. So I would like to see that that as an agenda item discussed if we want to try to go down that path and work with FEMA and see if we can help them change that rigid playbook of theirs. UEB meeting, last UEB meeting, the Soul Smart issue did come up. They did not approve going forward with that. So they basically passed on it. So there's part of your answer, Mark. I believe Aaron and maybe Jim Kerr were going to get with Garrett to help the SFC understand our net metering policy, which is already in place and we're pretty much already committed to. So the net metering may make solar less economical for those that want to do it. At this point of time, our new meters will help us determine what subsidies are being given to, not subsidies, because right now there's a fixed line charge that we pay as a town for transmission, and that's based on usage. But if solar people are not using as much power, with our current meters, we don't have any way to prove that to me. And these new meters will take care of that. Some of the concerns with the UEB also were that they're not necessarily in favor of subsidization of the current solar users, which currently solar people are receiving a subsidy from the rest of the ratepayers in town. So they like to pass those costs on, the full cost to the solar users, so the rest of the people in town aren't paying for that. And some of the concerns on Soul Smart was the letter, the way it was written, and it sounds like it's a contract with a government agency. And so they just at this time pretty much passed on it. We need more information and need to get our new meters in place and get the data collected. All those new meters to let me know what we're using, what we're not using. Additional things with our electric system, I had mentioned in our workshop, Jim Kerr, the chair, took a deep dive, but some of the 2019 information, our current mix is 50% fossil fuel and will increase by 2030 due to our nuclear power going offline. They are working to, of course, supplement that with solar and wind, but that takes time to build contracts, and so that's just where that's at this time. It looks like about 41% or $360,000 of our bills in 2019 were fixed costs. Basically, the fixed costs are the bonds, interest, and plant maintenance. Transmission costs, 13%, about $111,000. Actual energy charge to us, the users, 46% was about $403,000. The hourly data Jim was able to pull out over the last 4 years, looks like our peak hours have been maintaining basically July was our peak. Let's see, I did mention we are losing about 1% of power over the last several years. Where that's happening from, it could be shorts in our lines, underground lines, transformers not operating properly, it could be theft of power. Our new meters will also help us figure that out. If anybody's stealing power has bypassed a meter somewhere, well, the new meters, which will be communicating, we'll let you know that fairly quickly. I think Aaron did bring up, there is some concern about a now true inventory of status of our poles and transformers on our electric lines. So we really don't want to spend money on another study, but we do kind of have to pay attention to that as we look at our capital improvement projects. I mentioned earlier the net metering policy. The UEB did decide that they are going to look at a possible change in the net metering policy. as things are changing pretty fluid with our new meters and with solar and more people going to solar. So we'll start, that is developing. Comes to water, our HGA, the new water line. Aaron, you might have helped me with this more, Victoria. The one that run the 12-inch line, I believe, that runs through Meadow Park through Wicasa Loop. We just opened up the valve a while back. New one, that new valve is over by Planet Bluegrass, turned it on and it's leaking already. So that's kind of a concern that a new valve is leaking or a newer valve is leaking. We're gonna have to see if, and I think Aaron's working to see if that's gonna be covered under warranty. If it's not, well, the water fund will have to take care of that. UEB, couple questions on the Long Peak CIP project. I don't know if Aaron will talk about it later, but in the fire department, or the fire district may have some say on it too, is at the end of Long Peak Drive, it's just pretty much a dead end at this point. And usually we have turnarounds and dead end locations for our fire apparatus. And with wildfires, it can be kind of dangerous if a truck that large has to make a 5-6 point turn. You can't get out of somewhere quick. So we might want to look at what it'll take to put a turnaround up there. And of my 4 pages of notes, which is unusual for me, that's it. Aaron, you want to correct me on anything?
I was just going to say, one was, I think it was the comment the UEB said to ask the fire department. That was one of their responsibilities, to ask them if they have concerns or desires for something like that as part of the review. And on the net metering, a lot of it, the concern is the fact that, right, we buy electricity. At one point, everybody's paying the rate to help cover the infrastructure, what our costs are for it. But with the net metering, we're sort of giving them back at the wholesale rate, and there are concerns about how much that gets subsidized. And just to make sure everyone's aware of that, if that is the choice of, say, the sustainable futures, might be aware of that and think that that's beneficial. But the UEB would just point out, looking more at the numbers and the facts of where that cost is coming from.
Thank you. Trustee Caravel's very comprehensive report. Thank you, sir. Trustee Miller?
I just have a couple of things. One, I have a question about the Thursday concerts and whether or not they are going to happen. Do we know if they're going to happen yet?
Madam Administrator?
Anybody know?
Yes, I have it. I have it in my report. Right now, we are still working with, actually, we're working with Planet Bluegrass, and we're going to try to arrange to have several concerts. There won't be as many, but they will be able to be socially distanced. There are some details to still work out, but we are optimistic that we might be able to have our first concert at the end of this month. It is important to remember there is a limit on the number of people. So we don't want this advertised in brochures and things. We want this to be for locals.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. That's exciting news. And the other thing that I was thinking was that, I'm sorry, Patrick Gibbons is chopping up a tree branch in front of my house. Apparently, a tree limb, a big giant tree limb just fell while we were during a meeting here. I guess it got struck by lightning or something. So that's interesting. But so I would really like to take a look at some of the Dr. Bop spots in town. The ones, because it doesn't seem like there's many that have been, I guess, utilized or rented, or, you know, they're kind of just sitting there with not much going on with them. I don't know how many property owners have actually asked to take care of them or whatever. But there's a couple of them that I, as I walk around town, think would actually make a good spot for more RV sites. Because we need more revenue, and there's some pretty large spaces. And even if we could get 6 to 8 RVs on one site, it's really low. You know, it's something that we could do on those sites, is my point. So particularly the one across the street from me, 117, is a big site, and it's, although it has that access through it, it definitely could take probably 5 or 6 RVs there, and it's right next to Black Bear Hole. It's right off the interstate, or the highway. So I don't know, just something to think about as we go into this next comprehensive plan of what the landscape could look like in the next 10 years. I think that we need an RV site. I think is the way that people travel is going to change in a big way as moving forward. Now that COVID is here and it looks like it's going to be staying, people are going to be traveling in RVs a lot more within their family units. And so I think that we need to take a look at that, especially from a town perspective, because it is good revenue for us. So yeah, that's it. I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Those are good ideas. I'm going to start out with something that has angered me a little bit. I don't like when we make a proclamation in regard to something as important to many of us as Pride Month, and then the flags get stolen night after night after night when we put them out in front of the businesses. So to balance that, I would make a request of the Board of Trustees that we keep our pride flag up an additional month. And we can decide on that as you wish. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. I would prefer to, I didn't want to get too mad, but I would prefer to address the cowardice of an act like that personally and not ignore it. On a lighter note, I had a terrific meeting with Paul Tamburello and Heather Doubleday. Those are the developers of the Eastern Corridor. They're open for suggestions about what can be developed out there. They're patient, like they know they have to be. And I think it was a very informative meeting. And they did present, and the town has available some preliminary plans on some of the ideas that they have out there. I don't know what the deal is, but mayors get a lot of emails. Matt Hoskins on Steamboat Valley Road is a little bit concerned about the crosswalks that are wearing out. He thinks that they should be repainted. And he also came up with an idea of photo ticketing because, as we all know, 25 miles an hour through town is a lot slower than most people go. Let's see. I did have a suggestion some time ago, since Trustee Miller brought it up by a gentleman, that if he could come to an agreement with some of the people that have lease the Dr. Bob properties, especially in the confluence, to plant fruit trees. I thought that was a terrific idea. Other than that, I don't have anything else, but I'd like to know what the board thinks of extending for a month our flag. I have 1 yes, I have 2 yeses, I have 3 yeses, I have 4 yeses. Trustee Caravas. We have a unanimous decision of the Board of Trustees to fly our pride flag for an additional month. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate that very much. Moving on, board and commissions, we have a PCDC update.
Yes, we do. Hi. Let's see if Barney's there.
He is. He just needs to unmute and add video if he has it.
Yeah, I'm trying to push buttons, but.
There you go.
Okay. There we go.
Welcome.
Hello.
It's nice to see all of you diligently managing town's business.
Okay, so Barney, do you want me to pull up your the little presentation?
Yeah, or yeah, probably better if you do.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
we'll
wait.
get to this quickly.
Got it. That was the old one. Let me stop sharing. Where is that one? Having trouble here. Give me a second. There we go.
There we go.
See if I can make it big. Does that look okay?
Yep. Okay. Let's go. Move on.
Did that move on?
Yeah. Can you move? Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, generally, I'll try to move through this quickly. Essentially, we're looking at what are the tools that the PCDC can help with in support of local businesses in the current circumstances. So can you advance?
Is it not advancing?
No.
Oh.
It's not even showing in a slideshow view. It's like right now. Now it's advancing, but it's not in slideshow.
Okay. Well, then I am probably
it's working now.
Going to use this one. See if this works.
There we go. Okay, so we don't have to go in this in detail. Businesses are below capacity, and that's a worry, especially since it's peak season and businesses need to make as much as they can going into the winter season. Go ahead. Next slide. So businesses need to know that you know, people know they're open and doing business, and there's a lot of discussion about visibility, and that businesses are looking for action, but particularly around food and alcohol and where it can be served, signage, pedestrian flows. Move on. So some of the possibilities are extended spaces for outdoor seating. Some of that's happening already. And we're talking about the potential for a zoning overlay similar to the zoning overlay that's in the downtown area now. Unfortunately, that takes a lot longer. It takes, probably 2 or 3 meetings of the Board of Trustees to get it to fruition. So that may actually end up being too late in the season to do a whole lot with that. But I think there's some things that can be done with visible activities, to promote an excitement factor, so the streets look busier from the outside, and also potentially looking at the flow of pedestrians and the vehicular traffic, but to make sure it supports social distancing and extend the available space for businesses. Okay, next slide. So when we talk about excitement factors, one is seeing people eating and drinking at visible tables. Actually, as people drive by, they see that and they think of the town as open and doing business. There has been some requests for colorful signage for outdoor retail spaces. So outdoor retail businesses could have a table outdoors, maybe even not directly connected to their business, to just make it more exciting outside. In terms of music, Lyons has this tradition of music, and we really think that outdoor music can enliven the atmosphere and adds to the excitement, and public art, wherever we can have public art made available is a good idea. Next slide. But we have to be cautious. We need to balance the parking situation, space available, and the potential, bumping out into parking spaces and using those. So we have to be very careful with selecting them. We need to have good signage for where people can park. And then the popularity of the parks, it's a good thing and can be a very good thing for businesses. But we have to be concerned with spillover parking and then the connection between the park usage and in-town purchases and how we can facilitate people going back and forth. And also residents' expectations for quiet time. Move on. So what we already did a business survey. We got some, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. We did get some information, so good information, I think. But we should take some quick actions to the extent we can. There are limitations. Obviously, resolutions take some time. Ordinances take a lot more time. Staff direction to staff can be done quickly and move along. But we really should be working with businesses. And as a result of our survey, we do have several businesses that express an interest in helping with that. And identifying outdoor spaces, then there are a lot of them. And we'll send a copy of this presentation to everybody because there is a section that identifies most of the available spaces in town. Okay, next. So the recommendations are to act quickly. We'd like to be able to extend the zoning overlay currently in place for portions of Main and High Street so that all of the applicable businesses along Main, High, and Broadway would have in effect the same advantages. And also enable as much outdoor seating and sales locations as we can in a safe and effective way. And allow outdoor music within specific hours. Certainly, what has been suggested is up to 9 o'clock. And as long as it's not deafening music, that we do want that to add to the excitement factor and make it very welcoming for people to come into Lyons to dine, to make purchases in a safe, socially distanced, wearing a mask kind of way. And we did learn from the survey, and we can go ahead to the first page of the survey. You know, a few things that came out of this. One was that you can look at this later. Why don't we go on to the next page? Look at some takeaways. There is interest, but as not unusual, at least in my experience in lines with businesses, that it's really hard to generate a whole lot of enthusiasm. So you generally get feedback of some enthusiasm, but it's not pervasive. Not everybody has a high level of interest in any one thing. So you have different businesses want different things. There is an interest in, particularly in spaces that are adjacent to the businesses. That's preferred, but it may not be sufficient. And there are some that do like the idea of customers coming to the business and taking food away, but maybe going to a place even a couple blocks away, maybe even into the park to consume the food. There are different questions related to alcohol use, for example, in Sandstone Park, but that will be a separate discussion that will take longer than we have here. There is a preference for communal space overall, so that retail businesses and restaurants could have, for example, a part of a town right-of-way designated. So you put up a couple of tents, put some tables and chairs so people could dine outside socially distanced. There's not a whole lot of enthusiasm for street closures, a little bit, and with 4th Avenue and High Street, possibly portions of them, but there's not a lot of enthusiasm for that, candidly. There's really no desire for staff of businesses to take food out to remote locations. So it's almost universal that they want people to come to the restaurant, take food, and go somewhere with it. There's a strong desire to stay safe, social distance, and have masks and so forth, and there should be signage to that effect. And actually more ability to have signage, maybe the feather signs and so forth that may have in other times been a little problematic. If we could have some more relaxed ability to have signs to help people know what's available. And the notion that outdoor activity is attracting to customers. And a good number of the businesses that responded to the survey, there were 12 responses, which is not a lot, but it's a good response in lines, generally speaking. And 8 of them would be interested in participating in planning and executing whatever steps that we take here. So move on. And I think one of the first things we would want to do is establish some criteria with the business participation for what outdoor spaces could be used, should be used, and how would they be used. There is additional information here, some background information relative to the existing municipal code and so forth, but you can take your time and read that at a later time after we send it out to the board. Paul? Paul, you can take it on to your topic. Those are questions.
I am going to discuss the R1 zoning later during discussion and direction. So we can take questions on this if there are any.
Yeah, the biggest thing I think is for the Board of Trustees at some point to make decisions relative to, direction to staff and or any instruments that either Paul or the town planner or the town council could put forward to be able to do things a little more quickly so that businesses could have as much available to them within the season as possible. So
I have a question. It's partly, I guess, for the town attorney. Does the town board have the authority to like give direction to staff, to the town administrator or whoever else administrates things like the signed ordinance to temporarily give discretion to temporarily suspend, strict enforcement of that ordinance so long as a COVID emergency is in place, recognizing that that ordinance was not designed for the present circumstances? Can we give like direction on how strictly to enforce ordinances, I guess I would say?
It's a good question. I would like it better as part of a resolution, perhaps as part of the emergency resolution. Some sort of guidance on enforcement discretion. But I mean, strictly speaking, it's generally not proper to say we're not going to, just instruct staff not to enforce a particular ordinance. But if it was done as part of an emergency ordinance, I could get behind that maybe more.
I'd be in favor of something like that if the businesses are doing it, because our sign ordinance is meant to govern what used to be normal conditions. And I can see all kinds of needs for businesses that are operating under temporary emergency measures to inform the public what those measures are, and to try to have to clear all of that through this town sign ordinance approval process. It's just one more thing at a very difficult time for them to do. So I, for one, would be interested in seeing if we could come up with a resolution kind of granting some temporary leeway pinned to the COVID matter.
And I think with that additional background, I think the proper way to do this would be through an amendment to the emergency resolution of the town with concern to COVID.
Our emergency resolution has expired.
Well, we probably need to update that.
So I have a question, if I might. First of all, really nice work, both of you gentlemen. Thank you. My question is, what can the board do quickly to help move this along? What specific actions can we take as soon as possible?
Yeah, that's my question too. I'm just wondering how we can get this implemented now.
yeah, that's where it comes down to the resolutions, ordinances, and direction to staff. And that's where the guidance, I think, has to come from town planner and the town attorney.
I think some of this can be accomplished via emergency resolution. However, other things may need to take a deeper dive on and see whether we have in town code essentially, maybe on an emergency basis, which would require only one reading and go into effect immediately. And we have to kind of parse out all the pieces individually.
Two of the things that, one of the things I would like to look at a little bit more is the sign code and where we could make some amendments without jeopardizing safety. For instance, perhaps there's a modification of the parking requirements if somebody is extending into their parking for occupancy. And so if that was something we wanted to do, I think we would want to take a look more at the code that would fit this particular problem with regard to outdoor occupancy, for instance. The other thing we may be able to do is look at waivers to occupancy review. If there is a slight increase in occupancy outside. But those are things I'd want to bring back in a little more study. But if this is a desire to go in this direction, we can talk about it at the next PCDC meeting, and we could have a workshop on what that should entail, and bring it back to the Board of Trustees.
That would be an actionable form, right?
I don't know the ideas around or what it takes to adopt an emergency ordinance, but I don't know the timeline, in other words. But yes, we would bring back ideas about what could be modified in the code to allow for those modifications, or encourage business, excuse me.
So to answer at least the question around emergency ordinances, they only require one reading, unlike traditional ordinances, and unlike traditional ordinances, they go into effect immediately, no 30-day publication period. However, those do require a supermajority of the board to approve, and there must be basically some sort of health, and there must be some sort of emergency condition present, which I think we can all agree that COVID presents such a situation. But it definitely allows things to go into effect much quicker than a traditional ordinance.
Trustee Miller.
So I honestly don't think we have time for it to go back to the PCDC again. I mean, I feel like if we have to wait for another PCDC meeting, that's what, a whole nother month from now, correct?
1 week.
If you have one a month?
1 week.
Two.
Oh, you do? Okay. So it's not quite as bad as I thought. But I'm just saying that we need to do this sooner than later, in my opinion, because the businesses are suffering. They've been suffering for months and months, and we need to get them all the business that we can. They've lost a lot already. And if we can figure something out now, the sooner the better.
There have been waivers by the state to a lot of regulations, Counselor, have there not been? Counselor?
Sorry, I was struggling with the mute button. So there have been, but those have mostly been done through executive order. So the town doesn't have, the closest approximation to that through the town would be the emergency resolution for COVID or an emergency ordinance. The town can't just by fiat waive regulations. It has to have some sort of guiding document permitting it.
Well, I think we've approved some expansion of areas already, if I'm not mistaken.
So that was authorized, one by the state through executive order and through a rulemaking through the Liquor Enforcement Bureau. I probably messed up that the name of the agency, and then we approved it via resolution. This wasn't done without some sort of documentation behind it.
And so to fast track this, you're suggesting that we do it by emergency ordinance upon an additional COVID emergency?
My recommendation would be done either via emergency ordinance or emergency resolution. The difference being based on what the permanence of the changes are. If it's just temporary changes, it would probably be via resolution. If it was a more permanent change to the code, necessitated by the conditions posed by COVID-19, that would be emergency ordinance. But those decisions are really left up to the staff and to the board to provide that policy direction.
So I have a question. Can we give the power, I'm not even sure how to say this, can we give the town administrator the power to make decisions that don't maybe necessarily have to do with code, but decisions that would help businesses however we possibly can, without it having to come to the board or go to the PCDC or, you know, go through all that process? Can we just streamline it so that the town administrator can say, yep, go ahead, do that, you're good?
So it's a complicated question without more facts. It depends on what exactly it is that is being asked from the town administrator. There are certain functions of the board that can't be delegated, and so it's a hard hypothetical without some more facts that are.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I've had my hand up for about 10 minutes. Can I speak?
Certainly, go ahead.
So could you go to slide number 5, please? Actually, go down a couple more. I want to see the results table.
Oh, got it.
So we're going to pass an emergency ordinance based on the input of 7 businesses in the town of Lyons that Barney said aren't really that enthusiastic about it anyway. Who are we doing this for? Are we doing this for a board so we can say we did something, or are we actually trying to help businesses? And I'm the hotel. So I just don't know what's going on. Did we all just hear the same presentation? Barney said there's not a lot of enthusiasm about this. A lot of the options we've already passed, and we're going to pass an emergency ordinance based on the input of 6 businesses in the town of Lyons. School starts in 6 weeks. 43 days from today, school starts. That's pretty much not the end of summer, but it's pretty darn close. So, you know, I don't know what we're trying to do. We should have done something 6 weeks ago, but we didn't because businesses weren't asking for it. So, you know, I don't know what we're talking about, and I'm sorry, but, you know, I'm happy to look at let's go to the slide I recommend. But changing zoning and doing a whole bunch of stuff like that when really businesses aren't even asking for this, when we gave them an opportunity for a survey. So I don't know. I mean, if somebody wants to explain to me that a survey size of 7 is enough for us to start passing and going against code to pass things because we think it will help businesses when they're semi-enthused about it, I just don't understand what we're up to. And I just, like, you know, and maybe it's me. I'm a business owner, and I just don't understand what we're doing here and why we're trying to do it for 6 people.
Just for clarification, it's actually, there were 12 responses, and at least my observations were based not only on the survey, but also on, you know, conversations and input and observations of my own. So.
Okay, can we go to your slide of recommendations? Because I think that's what we should be looking at, what we can do, what we need to do by ordinance, and what we can direct staff on.
Right.
What slide number is that?
Oh, I think it's
12, 14.
Sorry.
I mean, the PCDC met on this 2 weeks ago. I think this is a good presentation, Barney, but I mean, there's no actionable, and we're saying we need another week. We just lost 3 weeks of a 12-week summer.
That is my point.
I agree.
I want to do something, but I don't know what we're doing for who and why.
There's always this question about the number of people who respond to a survey. And in Lions, we're never going to have a scientifically accurate poll unless we get everybody. But I think what we have here are suggestions from the from businesses, and we have several businesses who are interested in participating in something. Now, Paul, I think we need to go up a couple, if you're able to go back a couple slides.
To where?
Down. Back one.
Thank you.
There we go. So there's not a tremendous amount of enthusiasm, but there is interest. And I think there are some specific things that, even if it only helps one or two businesses, I think it's worth pursuing. And that's where I think the signage question is important. I think enabling the expanded, whether they're adjacent or non-adjacent areas is important. I think enabling or initiating, maybe because we'll have to get probably get CDOT involved, 1 or 2 or 3 parking spots to be bumped out so that you could have some tables, some additional tables outside in front of Main Street businesses is important. What I think we've learned here is that we probably don't, but businesses are not asking for things like where their staff can carry food out to other locations. So you have communal locations where there could be 3, 4, 5 tables, and people could in effect use those as picnic areas in effect. And I think it would be important to try to bring together some businesses and volunteers to make areas look attractive, put up tents, tables, chairs, clean up after, and trustee or Pro Tem Browning mentioned earlier that there's a group looking to clean up in the parks after weekends. And there may have to be additional work efforts, volunteer efforts to clean up around any areas, any other areas that that might be used. So I think it's enabling and identifying expansion areas, those communal areas that people can have tables and tents. The additional signage, enablement, music all along the corridor until 9 o'clock. Those would be kind of the specifics.
So a question on that for Councilor Dittman. Didn't we, as you mentioned, didn't we pass the ability to use these spaces and adjacent spaces and so forth? Didn't you mention that we've already passed that and the state has also passed that, allowing that?
With concern to liquor licensing, yes, that's correct. And so long as people are not trespassing on other people's property, they should be able to do that now under the existing regulations.
Yeah, and that becomes one of, more a direction, to get certain things done, identify the specific areas, and there are later in the presentation, identification of the areas around town, some of which are private, some of which are public, that could possibly be used. But then it takes a plan to prepare those areas and make sure people know how to use them, when to use them, and make sure that they're available.
Mayor.
Trustee Miller.
So if I'm understanding this right, we have to have the emergency ordinance in place in order to tack this on there. Is that what I'm getting, Brandon? Sorry, Attorney Dittman.
Well, there's a lot going on here in terms of the various things that the town wants to do, and then we have to kind of go through each one individually. And it comes down to the end of the day whether the change is temporary or more permanent in nature, and that will determine whether it's a resolution or an ordinance. And I know Victoria has something to tack on here too. She's been trying to speak as well.
Oh, okay. Well, can I just ask a quick question? I mean, wouldn't it make sense to do a resolution now and see, you know, whether or not we need to make it a permanent ordinance down the road? Because I mean, we might not need to, depending on how the COVID thing goes. Because it's kind of, you know, one of those, the next day might bring something different. I mean, but at least we'd have a resolution in place now through at least the busy season. So the restaurants could operate at their fullest capacity possible.
So I two responses to that. One, I'm still not sure based on this discussion.
Okay.
What you want in that the board would like in that resolution, whether, you know, all the things that are being suggested are in the resolution or just some. I've not gathered what the consensus is on that. And then two, in order to have such a resolution, we would need 24 hours of notice, which means and obviously staff would need time to draft that resolution. And so we'd have to either wait to the next meeting or a special meeting in order to fully consider it and to enact it.
Got it. Thank you.
May I speak?
Any further questions?
Victoria needs to speak. She's been waiting.
Victoria, Madam Administrator.
First of all, I need to apologize. I was not aware how this item was going to go. I thought we were just getting an update from the Planning Commission. Otherwise, we would have prepared a resolution with specific responses or requests and had it on general business. So I think there's many of these things that I do have the ability to take care of. I'd be happy to do it. I thought the Economic Vitality Commission is working with the businesses on some of these things. In regard to using some of Main Street, I'm really not supportive of that in our situation. I think closing off a section of 4th or however would be fine, and I could bring that to the Board of Trustees as just a request to close a public street for a certain length of time. But this is really, I'm kind of confused as well of what we're asking the board to do, and I'm embarrassed that I was not better prepared. I'm sorry. And so I would like, you know, this was just supposed to be a 10-minute update from the Planning Commission, and we've been on it for 30 minutes and we have 2 more items to go. So how about if we try to, on the side here, put together what exactly we're asking the board to do before the end of the meeting, and see if we can bring this back with a specific recommendation or request.
Okay. Any further responses, questions?
I'm in favor of Administrator Simonson's recommendation.
Okay. That's what we'll do then.
Would the staff and Mr. Dreistedt like to finish their presentation on the areas they're considering?
Well, there's it's just a couple of slides of the town map with the specific areas identified. I don't know that it would be particularly beneficial to have a discussion about that. I think this was actually meant to be just an update of an informational update And unfortunately, we weren't to the point of having a resolution.
So you were planning on bringing it back more like July 20th?
Well, we wanted to bring this forward to gauge interest and to provide information to the board and then take board's direction to next steps.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Can we move on?
As far as I'm concerned.
Staff reports, flood recovery update.
No, I believe there's more items from the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
I didn't realize.
There's just one later during the direction to staff. It's in general business. It's about the R1 zoning. This was about the updating about our discussion about the overlay zone and the desire that we had in our PCDC meeting from businesses to see if they could extend it.
So was there a recommendation on the overlay district for the 100 or 200 block?
There's not a recommendation at this point. They want to extend it and look at extending it, but the issue was that takes about 3 months, or not quite 2 months, to do an ordinance update, and so we're not going to capture the summer season with that approach. So the PCDC does recommend moving forward on the overlay, but the concern is that that's not going to address the problem today.
So are we going to discuss that later tonight, Paul?
That's what we just brought forward. We're going to talk about the R1 zoning later tonight in the downtown and the setbacks.
All right. So we can move on now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we will have the flood recovery update. Tracy Sanders.
Yes. Evening. I will not read the full report, but I was going to go over a couple highlights and just circle back to the email I sent to the board regarding some requests coming from the Lions Ditch. There's actually 2 requests that's coming from them, which would affect town budget, and if possible, would like some direction from the board. But quickly, the 2nd Avenue Bridge, we are preparing the bid package. I did put a bid schedule in the report. It's pretty aggressive. I'm hoping we can still meet that. If not, we might be pushed out 2 weeks from that schedule. And the easement agreements, out of the 4 that we need, we have received 1 signed. There was another one that said she would get it in by 5 o'clock today, so hopefully that came in. So we would be down to 2 still needing to be signed by the property owners.
It did come in, Tracy.
Okay, great. And then the paving project overall is on schedule, within scope, and moving along well as far as the scope of work that was scoped out for the project. Quickly with Bone Park, I went out there and did a site visit. Their focus right now is the pump house is being built for the irrigation system, and they're going to focus on getting Vasquez Field completed. They should be putting sod in starting Wednesday of this week for that field. Then they will go over and focus on the skate park, and then come back and focus on Bone Park. So that's kind of their schedule out there. Right now, their timeline was July 31st for completion. I'm not sure that they're going to meet that, and I've asked them for an updated schedule. So that's pretty much the highlights of the project, immediate projects that are in progress. Wanted to point out too that the PAP budget, we're moving in a positive direction there, because I think we're going to be coming under budget with the Roberts contract. It's not fully completed, but it's looking really good to bring us back into a positive on that overall budget. So finally, I want to circle back to the Lions Ditch. Because we're doing work in the area of the ditch, they are seeing the opportunity that they could do some upgrades to the ditch while we're there. Because the ditch, first of all, is a private infrastructure, and also it was never assessed for flood damage. We cannot pay for these improvements through any of the federal funding that we have. So the ditch is asking, first of all, in the paving project scope of work, to have a head wall and a pipe replaced at 3rd and Evans. The ditch has agreed to pay for the head wall portion, which is just a little under $3,000. But the replacement of the pipe that crosses the road is over $13,000. And they're asking if the town could pay for that pipe replacement. I also want to mention at Second Ave, with the 2nd Avenue Bridge, there is a ditch, the ditch runs parallel to the retaining wall that we're putting in. It will be located 9 feet from the retaining wall. And they are also looking at requesting to have that replaced, and that cost estimate is $26,000. So right now, the immediate need is to make a decision on the pipe at 3rd and Evans in order to keep on schedule with the federal funding we have for the paving project. So I don't know if there's enough information there, or if we can get any direction on how to proceed with the 4th and Evans request.
How much was the pipe on 3rd and Evans,
It's
Tracy?
$13,560.
You cut out on me. What is it again?
$13,560.
And the cost running parallel to 2nd?
So these are estimates, but the estimate for 2nd Avenue is $26,000. The town did camera both pipes last week. We don't have a formal report yet, but preliminarily, the 3rd and Evans pipe looks to be in pretty good shape. So the ditch may be willing to negotiate replacement of that. But I just want to get board direction just in case they want to go ahead and move forward with the replacement. Because I can't really wait for another board meeting.
So can I just ask you something besides the additional 2nd Avenue cost of the ditch? And this just could be my mistake. Originally, I thought the cost overrun for the 2nd Avenue Bridge was $300,000. And
That's
now
correct.
I see on this projected shortfall that it's 320. There'll be an additional 26,000. Is that correct?
Yes, we had a shortfall of over 300,000, which I feel FEMA may cover that. We also had additional shortfall, which I don't have that spreadsheet in front of me, for the resident demands that we've had, which is probably 30, 40,000. And then now with the ditch, that's another $26,000 on that.
And how is your progress in regard to additional funding sources, Tracy?
So FEMA for the bridge said that they want us to get the bids in, and then they will assess whether they will apply additional funding to the project. So I won't know for another month, 4 to 6 weeks on that.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I guess if the staff is asking for direction, I'll give my off-the-cuff thoughts. I think it's a little late in this project to be making changes of this magnitude. We just got through the workshop on priorities of some long-delayed capital improvement projects, some of which are of town-wide magnitude. So I can't see mid-project adding expenses like this. If the cammering of the 3rd and Evans pipe shows that it's not at risk of imminent failure or something, it's probably, maybe it's in better shape than our Apple Valley water line. I don't see that this is an expense the town should commit to on such a short-term basis. And it's known that this project was going to take place for quite some time, and for it to be presented to us now, I think it's just too late. The head wall replacement, I don't, if the town, if the ditch company's going to do that and it doesn't interfere with the town's project, fine. Or if they're able to assess the town for its share of those costs as a ditch shareholder, that's fine. But these two bigger items, we're already having all kinds of problems with cost overruns, and I can't see on this short notice going forward with them. That's just my opinion.
I asked the board's opinion. I know we want to streamline meetings, but I think this is an important issue. Trustee Waugh.
What's the impact if we say no? What happens? The project doesn't move forward, somebody else pays for it. What happens?
If we say no, we continue with the CDBG project and finish the paving. And if later the ditch has problems with that pipe, then they would have to tear up the road and to replace the pipe and probably replace the paving. They plan on moving forward with replacing the retaining wall. They do know they have a leak there. But yeah, right now we don't know the impacts other than we can keep moving forward and finish our CDBG paving project.
Additional comments?
I watched the video on the sewer on 3rd. Do you want some input?
Go ahead.
The 3rd Avenue and Evans one looked, I would say, almost pristine. It was one of the better videos I've seen. There were no concerns from a stormwater, because that is also sort of a stormwater pipe. So that one, I would have no concerns. Some of the others could be reviewed further. I focused on that one because that was the need for the current moment.
Are you talking about the ditch under 3rd?
Yes, the ditch pipe on 3rd that crosses Evans.
Okay. And have we taken a look on 2nd yet?
Yeah, yes, I think Aaron, you're muted, but yes, that's been looked at. And I think from Aaron's perspective, from what he told me today, there could be some impact. It may not be in the best shape as the one on 3rd and Evans. However, it is the section of pipe that's just the outfall. Nobody's drawing water off of it. But of course, you don't want any flooding on that the property next to it. So I think we have a little bit more time to think about that one and assess that. The immediate need was the one at 3rd and Evans. But I just wanted you to be aware that they were asking for other improvements and for the town to help fund that.
Thank you. I'll defer to Utility Director Kaplan in regard to the 3rd and Evans pipe being in pristine shape, I believe is the term you used. Utility Director, that's fine with me. So I wouldn't be in favor of appropriating those funds, not in the least. I don't know how anybody else feels about it, but I'll take my Utilities Director's direction on that. Flood recovery manager Sanders states that we have a little time on the Second Avenue pipe, and so I don't think that we should make a decision on that at the moment either. I think that's the prudent way to proceed.
Okay, I appreciate the direction on that.
I think that if I'm looking at the screen properly, you may have direction, but because I know he wants to say something. Go ahead, sir. Trustee Watt.
Yeah, I'm good with this topic. I had a question on the report otherwise, so I'll let you finish. I'm sorry, Mayor.
All right, that's fine. I think, Trustee Lowell, how do you feel about it? You got to unmute yourself.
I wouldn't spend the money. The 13.5.
Trustee Miller? Well, my screen is frozen, so I'll just have to wait.
We can hear you.
Okay. Trustee Miller? Your feeling?
I would not spend the money either. We don't have it.
Okay. I think you have your consensus, if I'm not mistaken, flood recovery manager Sanders. I'd like to ask you about a couple other things.
Okay, appreciate that.
Let's see.
So any other questions?
There was on the shortfall in grant funding on the outfall extension. Is that going to cost the town additional money? Or are we going to apply to Longmont for those expenses?
Yeah, so we do have an IGA with the City of Longmont that they will cover those expenses. I have started putting together that package this week, that we still will have additional costs after we get the permit for the final connection. So we'll have to go back to Longmont for the rest of the funding, but this is a good significant portion of it. It's around $60,000 to $70,000 that we will be submitting to them to supplement that project.
Okay. Trustee Why, you had a question? Trustee Why, did you have a question in regard to anything else in this report?
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry, I was on mute there for a second. I just had a couple of questions here. So in your report, I noticed the Eastern Corridor punch list doesn't seem to have been updated since the June meeting. So I just wanted to see, kind of where we were on that. Looked like we were about the same level on June 1st when you last reported. What has? Okay.
Yes, you're correct. They are moving quite slowly on the punch list. I can check and see like what they have on the list and what they've taken care of. I'm not exactly sure, what they've ticked off and what they still have left to do. But they still also need to replace a manhole. And so they've been waiting for parts on that. But yeah, they've been moving a bit slow on that. And so I've been working with the project manager on that to kind of, stay on them about let's wrap this up and get this completed.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess the same thing with Bone Park. It's said in the June 1st report that the contractor didn't think they would meet the June 30th deadline and they would give us a schedule next week. And your report this week says, or this month says, the contractor will supply a new schedule next week. So we're about 7 weeks in of them knowing that they needed a new schedule and we've not received a schedule from them. I just want to make sure that we're getting a schedule. I mean, this is going to be a situation, talk about summer ending. That'll be right about the time that Bone Park's ready. So,
Correct. They had supplied a schedule to complete by July 31st. So they had a June 30th, and then they did supply another schedule for July 31st. And then in speaking with them this week, they felt like it would be very tight if they're going to meet that schedule. So I asked them just this week for another master schedule.
What's the what are the causes of the delays? Is it COVID related? Is it busy parks related? What is the cause of that delay?
It's a combination of things. Some of it's COVID. They do have some subs that are working limited crews. They did have some problems with the putting in the intake and the stilling well. So they had to go back because they had a leak and there was some groundwater that they were trying to manage. So they had to go back and do some extra work there. Other things, like they told me their painter is 3 weeks out, which takes them almost to the end of July. So it's been a combination of quite a few different things.
Trustee Miller. Trustee Miller.
I'm worried about the Second Avenue Bridge here. I keep hearing those numbers and it makes me sick to my stomach. On kind of what the shortfall is and what we have to do. So I was curious if you have any idea what it would look like if we just repaired the bridge instead. Do you have any numbers on that?
I can say I don't have an estimate to repair. FEMA did originally allow around $798,000 to repair the bridge. So if we did not move forward with this mitigated bridge, FEMA would pay to repair it. But all the costs we've incurred to date for this improved bridge would not be eligible through FEMA, and we would have to find other funding to cover those engineering costs.
And what's the total on that? Do you have any idea?
I'd have to put it together. I don't think, I mean,
yeah.
I could give you a rough number probably right now. Let's see. Let's see if I can find that spreadsheet real fast.
And it almost seems like one of those things where you just have to, the number just keeps going up and up and up, and things just keep getting harder and harder. And at some point you just have to cut your losses and walk away, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say a rough estimate of those costs right now is around $300,000 to $400,000.
Okay. But I mean, theoretically, some of the engineering that we've already paid for with that bridge could be put into practice with the fixing of the bridge. I would imagine, not all of it, of course, but probably some of it. Yeah,
that's correct. There could be a small portion. So there's already a little portion that we did do, which was the south approach, where we did design and construction already. That's covered.
Okay.
But yeah, but I'm sure we'd have to go back and redesign for repairs, which would be probably additional engineering costs. But it's hard to tell, but possibly.
Okay. All right.
The thing to remember there is that FEMA, as long as we're working well with them and communicating with them, they will cover costs that are incurred toward this. The last thing they want to happen is in the next flood to have that bridge have a repeat and take out the wastewater plant and, you know, cut off that side of town again. So Tracy is very conservative about these things, and we talked about this probably a couple months ago about was it worth, you know, moving forward, and we still at this point feel it is. The Lions Ditch was just another, we're like 9 feet from where it will be. We won't even be touching it, but now they're requesting assistance in replacing it. So those are the things that come up last minute and shouldn't have been involved at all because we're not even touching it.
Trustee Lowell.
We had a discussion on this, as Administrator Simon said a couple of weeks ago or a month ago. We had a consensus that we were not going to repair the bridge. We were going to go forward with the new one.
That is correct.
I realize that. Doesn't mean that we can't talk about it again.
No, you're right. You're right. Okay. Anything else? Tracy, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Trustee Caravas.
Just a quick question to staff. Every now and then when I walk through the new pass over at the ponds, the sprinklers are on, which is great, so things are getting watered in, but there's always a break somewhere. Is someone checking that from our staff almost daily, weekly, that things are probably, or do I need to call someone when I'm out walking, or is that Greg's responsibility, so that's his neighborhood?
Tracy, do you want to answer that? Or you want me to?
Personally, I think that's something that needs to be directed to the Parks Director because it's more of a maintenance thing. It's not the contract. I mean, a contractor needs to be contacted to fix it, to have people going through and checking it. I think that would be probably park staff that would need to be checking that weekly or whatever, however.
Well, my understanding is it is still under the contractor because we have not closed out the project. But as soon as we do, it is our responsibility. They have said we can retain all the temporary irrigation system for another year and use it. It is river water that's being used. It's not municipal. And so we can continue to use it for another year if we want to, but here in the next few weeks, it'll be ending. We do get calls every day on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the second thing, a little bit of touched on in the workshop with the High Street storm drainage. The UAB has reviewed pretty extensively, and so we're moving to a greater design percentage. But as you understood from the engineers, that we are not increasing capacity. We're just going to get some better flow off of it. For what this project's doing, the money being spent by the CDBG DR funds. So any large flow event, we're still gonna have the same problems. So we still have issues we got to work with. It's something that I was not aware of that came up in the last UEB meeting, and one of the members, actually, I think Aaron didn't Lee go into some of our box culverts and check things out, but our engineers won't engineer or give us any information if we want to do some enlarging or do some cut-ins to our main box culverts, because there's an old sandstone box culvert that obviously has no engineering specs to it. It was designed and built the old days, the old ways. So at some point, as we move down our CIP projects and we need to add capacity to flow or to drain the whole Seymour Valley, it's going to get pretty extensive. So some board and some staff 4, 5, 6, 7 years from now is going to have one hell of a feat figuring out what to do with that thing. So just so everyone's aware.
That would be part of that federal mitigation money I'd like to apply for.
Okay, great. I mean, I hate to lose that nice solid culvert too, but we can.
I know it's lasted 100 years, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Tracy, Victoria. Appreciate it.
Any other questions for our flood manager, Tracy Sanders? If
Okay,
not,
just a quick add. I just wanted to say on that storm drainage, we will be having a public meeting with all the business owners Wednesday at 5:30. If anybody's interested in attending that. Otherwise, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Administrator's report.
Hi, I'm going to try to keep this very high level. You all have a written copy of my report. I'm not going to go into detail about the COVID-19 other than to say that Governor Polis's office did extend the Safer at Home and updated the Protect Our Neighbor framework. All of that is available on the state website. The only restriction that was really tightened was the closure of bars. And we've had some questions on that in town. This is only for facilities or for bars that do not serve food, that all they do is serve alcohol. And as of right now, this does not pertain to anyone in Lyons, just so you know that. What I do need to just spend a few minutes on is Summit development plans. As you could read in my report, we were contacted by Summit recently that their construction bids have come in on the housing project, and they came in significantly higher than budgeted, which will not be a surprise to everyone. Mostly due to rock removal, the height of the retaining walls necessary, and the cost of putting in the addition of the Sullivan Way driveway. So they came to the planner and I and asked about a couple of options to see if they could reduce the cost of the project and yet still hopefully improve the project. And what they came up with was moving the multifamily units that were the highest on the hill. And either two options, both of which have maps in your packet. One is to put both buildings along Carter Drive. So all the multifamily is on Carter Drive. There would be no building up into the hill. The other would be to only move one of those buildings to Carter Drive and add 5 more single family homes. So when we first heard this, it was pretty shocking, and we thought that sounds really significant. But when we pulled up the code to see what do amendments to an already approved site development plan, what does that entail? It basically said that minor variations to the plan could be approved at the staff level, but that significant changes to an approved development plan exceeding 10% of the project, or changing its character, modifying the use, changing the building footprints, required a new submittal of a new application. So we felt that looking at this, there was really 2 things that changed the most. One is access points to each of the buildings, and potentially parking, though we don't even know that yet. So Summit has expressed to us that they do plan to submit, just so there's no question about that, they will submit a complete development plan application again, and will show the proposed changes. Basically, the character and density will not change, number of units won't change, parking units won't change, nor will the building size or footprint. But what they wanted me to ask you tonight, and they're more than happy to come and talk with you themselves, but they want a concurrence basically from the board that you agree with Lyons Municipal Code 161750, that they should submit a new application, but that the code currently says town staff will review, let me see. Such amendment shall require town staff review and approval to become effective. A complete development plan application shall be prepared and submitted with the requirements set forth in this article. So even though it sounds fairly substantial in regard to 2 buildings moving, the code does allow staff to review and approve those if there's not a change in the basic character and units, etc. So they wanted to know, is the board okay with them moving forward as the code is written? Or do you want to see something different or have them come in front of you?
Trustee Lowe.
I want to see a complete development plan application again. You guys know my feeling on this. I just wonder how long someone is going to keep trying to pound a square peg into a round hole. Now, hindsight is wonderful. It's a wonderful thing. But I think we owe Summit an apology. We have now been over 2.5 years on this Summit project. They have continually been trying to shoehorn in multifamily housings on a pile of rock that the town took a purchase and sales on from Keith Bell. That pile of rock was unbuildable. We knew that in January of 2018. Nobody would listen to anybody here in LVP who heard Michael Markell say at a 2015 LVP HOA meeting, he was not going to develop that hill or Carter Drive because it was going to cost millions of dollars to develop that site. Here we have the proof of it right here. Summit has finally got around to figuring out what it's going to cost to blast and move all that rock. Apparently the $4 million we're giving them and the $500,000 or the $500,000 in tax credit isn't enough. So now they're coming back and they want more concessions. This is the fifth iteration of Summit. They started out with 43 on the hill, it went to 40. They found out they couldn't do 40 on the hill, they did 29 and 11. They had to buy 11 single-family lots. Last one we saw, there was going to be 21 multifamily on the hill, 19 single-family lots. We owe Rusty Snow a big apology for putting him into this mess. I don't know how he's going to make any money on this. I don't know how he's going to do it. I'm done with editorializing. Now I have some questions. First of all, does this in any way affect the 2014 filing 18, those single family lots? Do either one of these options affect that?
As single family lots, only if he chooses to move one building and add 5 more, but he already owns all the lots.
I know he owns the lots, but remember that when the last public hearing on this went through, we were told we could not comment on any of those pre-approved single-family lots because they were already platted and approved.
Sure. No, that holds true.
We're going to change it. We're going to have another public hearing because he's going to change that. Second question. At the last public hearing on this, Director Glasgow said that he was now going to grant Lukanen access to his back property through one of those, I assume, single-family lots, because that's the only place you can get into Lukanen's.
Mm-hmm.
And the other
thing, it would still stay.
The other thing too is, and I'm going to insist on this if this comes before us, he has got to fix those 5 flood-ruined lots. It's a safety hazard. We've known it for 7 years. On his last plan, he was not developing lots 39 and 40 simply because it was a hazard. I don't know how he's going to get 24 single-family lots if he's not going to develop those 2 that were ruined by the flood and give one to Lukanen to allow him access. I'm doing the math. I've got the old plan here. It doesn't add up. I don't know where he's going to get 24 single-family lots. So that's all I have to say. I would offer him a huge apology for putting him into this mess. I would not be surprised if he walked away from it, quite frankly.
Oh my, I totally disagree. I don't think we owe him any apology. He did his own soil sampling and paid for it and was told it was buildable.
I respectfully disagree, Administrator Simons. We took an option on a rock pile, and then we solicited affordable housing developers. He had no opportunity to go in there and do his test borings. He simply,
sure he did. Sure he did.
Did he take any? And he went ahead with it anyways.
Yes, and he went ahead with it anyway. That was his money. We don't owe him an apology for that. Well, he is committed to the project. He wants the same number of units. He wants to do whatever it takes to make it work. I think he waited way too long to get his construction bids.
Trustee Rogan, you wanted to speak to the question?
Yes, thanks. My question would be if he replaces 2 buildings with 5 single-family homes, then what does that mean for the affordability? So I would imagine a single-family home would be more expensive than a unit in a multifamily housing building. So I'd be concerned about that because I want to make sure that we preserve as much affordability as we possibly can. I think we owe it to the community. So I'd love the opportunity to talk to them about this. So I would like to see another plan too.
Any further comment? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah, I would say I have to agree with Administrator Simonson. We don't, and disagree respectfully with Trustee Lowell. We don't owe Summit any apology. They came into this with eyes open. They did their own sampling. We never exercised the option that the town had on the property. Basically, Summit took that over and themselves purchased the property. The town never even owned the property. They did their own surveys. They did their own budgeting. They did their own planning. Everybody, including Bell and the town, knew that this was a rocky hill, and they decided to go forward with it. The town didn't mislead them in any respect. They knew what they were getting into. The particular question that we have here is what to do with basically a reapplication. And they, I guess from what I read, they've already said they recognize that they need to submit a complete development plan application. I agree, they do. I'm not sure I consider this a minor variation in the location of structures.
It's not. It's not.
That 10% standard says shall not exceed 10% of any measurable standard. Well, I'm not quite sure what that means. Any measurable standard, does that mean the percentage of multifamily homes versus single family homes? If so, they exceeded it. So I think clearly they, and unfortunately in my view, they have to submit a new application and it needs to go through the process.
Yeah, they don't have any issue submitting a new application. They feel this falls under clause B, but it does say that staff approval is what you can do. What he wants to know is, are you going to expect more than the staff review and approval? Do you want it to come before the board or the planning commission?
Yes, I think we will. And this is why. We have a pending ordinance right now.
This section doesn't change in your pending ordinance. This section is identical in the new ordinance, saying that staff can approve.
They deserve a full hearing before. No, listen to me. We have a capability to review this and all the questions will be answered. It's not that I'm for or against anything, but what I am in favor of is a process, a proper process. And I don't think that giving a staff the capability to make this decision is the proper way to go in this particular situation. We just changed, we're going to discuss changing the ordinance that approved this particular development. That's what we're going to discuss in just a little while after we take a break, maybe to refresh ourselves. So to me, let's follow the proper process and let's get all the answers that we deserve in regard to this development. And I'll defer to council to explain the process by which a pending ordinance will take place. It depends on the timing of their submittal. And I think that we could, personally, I could be wrong, require that they go through the whole process regardless. Counselor?
There's really two issues at play. One, the interpretation of the amendment section, which is 16, 17, 50, and particularly B. And then two, depending on interpretation of that, whether the new process or the existing processes apply, depending mostly on the submission timing of the changes. But I mean, section 16, 17, 50 is not changing in the current code draft. It wasn't an issue before, so it really wasn't on our radar. But section B is kind of interesting in the way it is written. It sets out in a dichotomy between minor and major changes that rely on this 10% threshold, which isn't defined in any way. And then also lists out a number of other major modifications, which include building size, footprint, relocation of access point, changes required parking. It sounds like some of those things are happening, but I have not seen final plans, so I can't say for sure. It says those shall be considered a new development plan application. However, the next sentence is interesting. It says such amendment shall require town staff review and approval to become effective. And so the question becomes, what does a new development plan application process look like? And is that staff review done at the end of that process or at the beginning? And honestly, the code is not clear on this issue. and then falls, development plan should be prepared and submitted in compliance to the requirements of this article. It doesn't actually speak to the process in any sort of meaningful way as to whether the process is simply a staff review, as would be suggested by the second sentence, or whether it's a full review process, as is suggested by the first and the third sentence. So it's not a model of clarity as to what exactly the process should be.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I absolutely agree with the town attorney's interpretation of that. It's that subsection B is not real clear. And I think the only safe thing to do from the town's perspective, because it's not clear, is to have them go through the full process, and the staff review alone is not enough. The second sentence, it says such amendments shall require town staff review and approval to become effective. Well, that's true with the original application as well. Staff reviews it, staff has to approve it before it even gets to the PCDC or the board. That subsection B never says anywhere that board or PCDC approval is not required after the staff has reviewed and approved it. So with that not being in there, I think to be safe, we've got to go through the whole process. I don't think we can just stop at the staff level. I think that would be too risky. It's unclear, and if it's unclear, we need to make sure we act safely and conservatively.
That's right. I concur with you completely, sir. Well, what is the direction of the board? Did you need direction, Madam Administrator?
I do, because he's asking, he reads it as staff review and approval to become effective, the new changes. So he's happy to go through, the submittal. He is willing to come and talk to the board. He's happy to take it to Planning Commission and Board of Trustees. But if you slow this down, if you keep the same timeframes that were in the original process, you will not see housing development probably till next spring. So I think if anything, he's just asking, he's happy to have a public hearing in front of the Planning Commission and the board, but is there a way to not have to have the 60 and 90 days between each one and all of that?
That's a question for Attorney Dittman, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's no direction. The board, the code isn't written well.
So my thoughts are that we have invite him and have a workshop on it maybe first, and then potentially have I don't know, a development plan hearing later and decide with the PCDC later that night for an ordinance or whatever.
There is a process contained in the code now that would have to be followed if it is to be sent through the entire process, if you will, which is contained in section 16, 17, 30, and there are timelines in there that would have to be followed. Many of these can be run concurrently, and maybe some of the review steps could be truncated because they've already seen the majority of what is happening here. But not all of these deadlines can be cut short without changing the code, and then it becomes a question of changing the code perhaps and not submitting until afterwards, and then taking advantage of new code deadlines. However, this is up for amendment tonight, not particularly on the amendment section or on the timelines. They could be changed. However, for those to apply, we at least have to get the second reading. And so what you're asking me to do is just, say that, yes, we can cut short the deadlines. And my answer to that is, under the existing code, at least, some of these deadlines can run concurrently, but some of these cannot. They are very clear. There must be at least so many days between, the PCDC meeting and the Board of Trustees meeting, or in the appeal period, if there's going to be an appeal, to allow for proper notice. So under the existing code, those cannot change. But if the submission were to happen after the code has changed, you know, and there may be a further amendments the board wishes to make, maybe some of this can be shortened, but I just can't, you know, there's no justification to simply ignore the existing deadlines in the code if it's going to go through the full process.
So my response to him should be that the Board of Trustees does not concur with the interpretation of how to amend a site development plan as written in the code.
I wouldn't say it that way. I'd say we concur with that, but the subsection B doesn't say whether staff approval alone is sufficient. And it's the
It sure does. His attorney says it says.
I disagree with his attorney, Victoria.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He
I
wants
disagree
to
with
know.
you if that's your interpretation. My interpretation, based on what our attorney just told us, is it's not clear in that respect. And my interpretation is, since it's not clear, he needs to go through the process. I don't read that to say such amendment shall require only staff review and approval to become effective. I say it requires staff review and approval, which is the case with the original application.
To become
and I
effective.
think it also requires PCDC and or Board of Trustees approval, depending on what version of the code is effective when they file their application. So you asked for staff, you asked for board direction,
I'm
and that's my
asking what
direction.
I'm
The rest of the board can disagree with me if they wish to. Please don't interrupt me. I'm finishing my statement, and you can have your statement afterwards. You asked for our interpretation. I listened to what the attorney said. I read it. That's my interpretation. I think he needs to go through the full process, period.
And I concur, Mayor Pro Tem. And again, I don't like to go through everybody, but I'm going to. Trustee Miller. Trustee Miller?
I don't know. I don't know what I think, honestly. I think I need to I think I need more information to make a decision is what I think on this deal.
That's fine. That's fine. Trustee Caravas.
Let them refill, file everything and bring it back to us. Let's look at it.
Okay, Trustee Lowe.
Yes, a complete development plan.
Trustee Lowe. Thank you. Trustee Rogan.
Yes, I'd like to see it again. I'd also like to see it streamlined as much as we can.
Okay. And Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm here too.
Oh, excuse me. Trustee Waugh.
So this is at least the second topic today that we're going to go around our code to do something. You know, we have the opportunity today to say our plan is to go through this and the board will look at it. Trustee Miller's suggestion was right. We also have the ability to have a workshop and review things and then decide, you know what, the town administrator can approve this. We have that option and we have that ability to direct staff to do that. So why don't we just say, our plan right now is to look through the entire thing and we expect you to bring it to the board. And if there's ideas creatively that the town administrator and the applicant can find to get that level of confidence from the Board of Trustees, then we can allow her to approve it. So I don't think it's a yes or no situation, but I am completely frustrated by every single thing that comes up and we have to decide in the next 2 weeks. We have code, we have a process. They should have started their soil testing long ago, maybe, I don't know, but you know, I'm sorry, it takes a long time. It's hard to build things in this town. I can tell you that from direct experience, but why do we decide some people have to go through the process and some don't? I just don't see how. I would like to understand that criteria of why certain things don't deserve full process and certain things do.
Well, I think that this is a major development. I think there are a couple of trustees that would like a lot more information about it. And it's the it's the will of the board that he shall go through the full process, Madam Administrator.
Mary Angela, if I may,
You may.
interrupt for just a second. This code section is up for amendment tonight on first reading. If this section is not a model of clarity, this would be an opportunity for the board to consider adjustments to it to make it clear. And so this issue may be resolved through a code amendment even potentially. And so I just want to keep that, in mind for the board as we do consider that on tonight's agenda and on second reading of the following agenda. That we are amending this entire section of the code, and we didn't, because this wasn't an issue when we were making those amendments. Maybe we didn't recognize the importance of this section, but now that it clearly has been highlighted, it'd be something worth considering from my perspective.
Well, personally, I think that's specifically why we're considering ordinance 1085. So if I understood my dear friend Trustee Caravas on that when he brought it before the board. So you have the board's decision, Madam Administrator, for right now. If we decide to change it later tonight, fine. Legal update, Counselor.
I have nothing additional that's outside of executive session or the other individual agenda items.
The only other item under the administrator's report that I'd like you and the public.
9:30, would everybody like to take a break?
Mary Angela, you're breaking up. One, and then two, town administrator has another item on her report.
It was just the curbside limb pickup is.
Borrowed computer. I'm gonna borrow.
Curbside limb pickup is scheduled for July 13th and 14th, and more details can be found in your utility newsletter. That's all.
That it? Does everybody want to take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, when is that announced? Or when was the tree limb, when will it be, or has it been announced?
It has been in the last two e-blasts, and it was in our utility newsletter. So we allowed more than 2 full weekends for people to prep for it. Perfect. And we're trying to coordinate with the county to also, they'll hopefully go right behind us and mulch it as we go. So then we might eliminate the cost of disposal.
One more time. Would everybody like to take a 10-minute break? We have an ordinance to go through, and it's going to take a little while, I imagine. Would everybody like to be fresh for it?
Sure.
I got
Yes, I would
one.
like a break.
Okay, let's take 10 minutes. Thank you. Could you please read the ordinance into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, first reading of ordinance 1085, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons amending certain sections of Chapter 16, Article 17 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning site plan and development plan review process.
Thank you. Are there any changes or amendments to the ordinance at this time?
Mayor Angel, if I may, I don't think it's necessary for a staff.
Sir.
I don't think it's necessary for a staff presentation. I think we're all pretty clear as to what this is about. This is an update to the code from the development review process standards as evidenced by the last discussion, and there's numerous changes that need to be made in this section. However, before any sort of discussion begins, if there aren't just questions, we should probably have a motion on the table in a second, and then we can entertain any amendments or changes at that particular time.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a motion at this time?
I move to approve.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 1085 on first reading. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Angelo,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
I think before we have a vote on approval, we should probably see if there's any changes, amendments, or discussion.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Counselor.
No worries.
Any discussion? And would this be a time for amendments also, Counselor?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct.
Counselor, would this also be a time for amendments?
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
I have an amendment. I would propose this amendment to section 16, 17-50, lowercase b, of this proposed ordinance. And this amendment consists of adding 2 sentences to subsection B. And those sentences would read as follows, and I've emailed this to the town attorney and I'll email it to the town clerk as well. They would read as follows. Upon review and approval by town staff of a major modification of an approved development plan, comma, the town administrator shall inform the Board of Trustees in writing of such approval, period. The Board of Trustees shall determine by resolution whether further review by the Planning and Community Development Commission or the Board of Trustees is necessary, and, comma, if so, comma, the nature, comma, extent, and timing of such review, comma, including whether an additional public hearing or hearings shall be held.
Mayor Pro Tem Brian, can I ask a question?
Yep.
So are you suggesting that there be no other changes to this be added to the end?
This would be, this would just be added to the very end of paragraph B. I believe paragraph B as it is, which says, as we just discussed, such amendments shall require town staff review and approval to become effective. A complete development plan application shall be prepared and submitted in compliance with the requirements set forth in the article. And then these 2 sentences would basically say, upon review and approval by town staff, the town administrator informs the board, and then the board determines whether it needs to have further review by the planning commission or the board, and what that review should be, whether it should include public hearings or not.
Thank you for the clarification. May I suggest that maybe at the end of B, as it currently exists, where it says article, maybe we add a couple words saying which shall be approved, which shall be reviewed and approved by staff. So that way we kind of know the sequence better.
Well, the beginning sentence that I was suggesting in my amendment said, upon review and approval by town staff.
Yeah.
So that would come first.
Yeah, I think it would kind of naturally flow. I think once it's submitted, the full application is submitted, it's reviewed and approved by staff, and then next week you say upon that review and approval, we go to the Board of Trustees. I think it helps the flow, but I think the way you have it written is probably fine too, that we can understand what's being suggested.
Okay. Anyway, that's I move that we add that amendment to subsection B of section 16-17-50.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second for approval of that amendment as worded by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Any further comment? I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh, and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The amendment passes unanimously. Any further discussion or amendments? I do have one suggestion on a clarification, Counselor.
Go ahead.
Section 1617-60. Second sentence, it says the Board of Trustees, and then it has a comma, and then it says or shall provide. What did you mean by that?
Mary Angela, you're talking about 1617-60?
Yes, sir. D.
D,
Second, second sentence.
So what I have in D says the Board of Trustees shall hold a public hearing of the appeal within 60 days of the filing of an appeal with the town clerk. I'm trying to see if there's someplace else. I'm just not seeing what you're seeing. Let me pull it, make sure that my Word copy is the same as what is showing in the agenda.
The second sentence goes to Board of Trustees, comma, or shall.
Sure, I'll do a search on or shall. I'm not seeing that still.
It's on page 11, Brandon.
Yeah.
I'm seeing at the top of page 12, and I think it's just a typo. Or shall, if you're searching for it, Brandon, or shall is actually one word, O-R-S-H-A-L-L.
And I'm looking at the Word red line copy. That's what I'm modifying. Let me pull out the ordinances online. It may just be a problem where
Maybe we can
and Mayor, unfortunately, you're just breaking up so much I can barely understand what you're saying. Let's look at the ordinance section 16.
Perhaps it just means the Board of Trustees shall, and just delete or.
Once again, it's section 1617.
60.
60, and it's in D.
D as in dog.
Okay, thank you.
Would it be helpful if I shared my screen and just could highlight it for you?
Yeah, I see it now in the ordinance section. Okay, it doesn't show up in my red line. It just should be the Board of Trustees shall provide a written record of its findings. I think it just when the red line got approved, it didn't, for whatever reason, it didn't get changing it made, but I can make that change right now. So the Board of Trustees shall provide a written record of its findings. That's what it should say.
Okay. I thought maybe since there was an or, it could be or the PCDC or something, but I understand now. And then my other concern was the public use in regard to the PCDC, and we discussed this afternoon. And since nobody objected to it originally, you left it in as is, but this does give, in an ordinance where we're basically taking the initiative on the PC.
Mary Angelo, we
Yeah.
cannot understand you. Your connection is horrible.
I'd like to make a suggestion that maybe Mayor Angelo and Trustee Caravas, since they're in the same building, maybe you could swap seats for a second, Trustee Caravas, with Mayor Angelo, and so he could talk into your computer.
Apologize if I'm breaking up.
You want to come over here and talk? Unmute. Oh, good. See, yours is frozen. You can be on two screens at once. Not everybody can do that.
Oh, you're funny. Okay, what do I do?
You good? No, it's unmuted. You're on mute. So yeah, you're good to
Am
talk.
I ready to go?
You ready? Yeah.
Counselor, as we talked about this afternoon in regard to the public uses sections of the ordinance, and I understand that nobody had talked about deleting this from the original ordinance, but it's I think it's important in regard to location and extent review for public facilities projects under section 1617-80 for the Board of Trustees to maintain its prerogative in regard to those planning and development issues also. Did I say all that for nothing?
So do you have a proposed amendment along those lines? Do you wish to take the PCDC out of, I guess, the driver's seat? I mean, right now it's pretty much all set up for the PCDC to be the decision maker. I mean, the board could certainly make itself the decision maker on that issue if it so desired.
Well, personally, I think that that's the intent of this ordinance, and so I think that this last section in regard to these issues is somewhat incongruous with the intent of the ordinance. But it's up to the Board of Trustees. It's just an observation that I made.
Which specific section are you referring to?
It is 1617-80. It has to do with public facilities, schools.
Yeah, I think specifically it's subsection C is kind of where it talks about PCDC taking the lead on citing public schools and other public uses.
Since this is first reading, if the direction of the board is to substitute the Board of Trustees for the PCDC in that process, could we direct the town attorney to propose appropriate amendments at the second reading?
I think that would be.
I mean, it wouldn't be in the ordinance that you'll see on second reading, but I can come back with a proposed amendment. That's the general desire of the board. It has to be voted on at the second reading.
What is the desire of the board after reviewing that?
That makes sense to me, although I'd point out that the Board of Trustees can, if it wishes to, waive the whole location and extent review process. So it's kind of ultimately in control anyway, but I guess if it should decide that for some reason to go through a location and extent review process, it would make sense for the board to do it rather than the PCDC, consistently with the other changes that we're considering making.
Okay. Does anybody else have an opinion? I'm on my second borrowed computer. I'm going to ask again. What is the pleasure of the board? To have Counselor come back with the changes? Second reading? Good, good. All right, Counselor, you got it.
Thank you.
I think you're good.
Good. I'm back to being good.
You guys have the computer hooked up, so we think it's good, showing good bandwidth, so we'll see what happens.
Thanks for being such a good sport.
Oh, except now you're in some beautiful background.
I sure am. Hey, I'm up in the mountains now. Oh, boy.
Mayor Angelo, I have one more housekeeping amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go right ahead.
This isn't, I have another amendment. It's really a simple housekeeping amendment. In section 16-17-20, subsection A, if you look at the next to last sentence, it ends, it says, unless such review is waived by, period. And so I think some words just got dropped.
Yep.
And so I would propose an amendment. This is on the next to last sentence. It's like the third line from the bottom of subparagraph A. It says, unless such review is waived by, add the words, the Board of Trustees.
I see it.
Trustee Watt.
Yeah, I have something for discussion, I guess. I'm
Wait,
not sure.
wait a second. Wait, did we vote on that? Or was that just a bookkeeping? Is that just a bookkeeping suggestion?
That was a motion first, amendment.
That's what I thought. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second on the changes proposed by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Could we have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Okay.
Trustee Rogan,
I
and Trustee Waugh.
The amendment passes unanimously. Trustee Waugh?
Yes, in section 1617-30 H3, it reads that if the final decision of the town is to deny the development plan, the same submission or one that is substantially the same will not be entertained for a period of 1 year to the town for a period of 1 year unless otherwise approved by the Board of Trustees. I'd like to make a motion to strike that provision. I think it's punitive, and I think we see here a situation where an improved development plan needs to be resubmitted well within a year for items outside of their control. That wasn't denied, I agree, but I just think that I guess the other thing that I would be open to if someone would like to make a friendly amendment is to add the words which will not recently be denied at the end of the sentence after the word trustees. So, but my motion is to strike the entire sentence.
Repeat the section again, please.
What section was it?
16-17-30, letter H, 3. So on page 13 of the red line version.
And just for a little background, this was in the existing code. It just got moved around, but
Yeah.
happy to entertain any changes to it.
I'm curious about what, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just seconding a motion.
Any further discussion? Trustee Rogan.
I'm curious about the intent behind having this in here. Is it something that was happening a lot and wasting the time of the town, or what's the point of having it in here?
Counselor?
this was, as I said, from the existing code, and so I don't think any of us were here when this was put in. But the thought probably being that the town would want to keep seeing the same application over and over again. Someone could basically play a new board, and I'm just guessing here, I'm just speculating, but someone could, submit something, get it denied, bring it back under a different board after an election, roll the dice again. Maybe that's the thought behind it. Is it not wasting town resources on reviewing substantially the same application is probably the intent behind it.
Mayor Angelo?
Further discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
In response to Trustee Rogan's question, the summit application that the prior board approved was the first time that this development plan review process had ever been used for a private development. It got used in some respects for the library, so it wasn't a recurring problem, because if this was that was our trial run. So I'm not sure why a lot of things were in the version of that existed when the summit development came through. This is one of them. I have no idea why it's in there.
I think Councilor's inkling was correct, to be perfectly honest with you. Any further discussion? Call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Trustee Caravas?
Aye.
Trustee Lowell?
Aye.
Trustee Miller?
Yay.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
And Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Amendment as worded by Trustee Waugh passes unanimously. Any further amendments? Time to vote on ordinance 1085 as amended. Town Clerk, could you call the roll?
Mayor Angelo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Trustee Caravas?
Aye.
Trustee Lowell?
Aye.
Trustee Miller?
Yay.
Trustee Waugh?
Sorry, I'm having mute problems tonight. Aye.
And Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Ordinance 1085 passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, could you please recite the consent agenda for us?
Yes, consent agenda. Item 1 is Resolution 2020-102, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a temporary construction easement agreement located at 123 Park Street for the 2nd Avenue Bridge project. Item number 2 is Resolution 2020-103, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a temporary construction easement agreement located at 194 2nd Avenue for the 2nd Avenue Bridge project. Item 3 is Resolution 2020-104, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a temporary construction easement agreement located at 207 2nd Avenue for the 2nd Avenue Bridge project. Item 4 is Resolution 2020-105, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a temporary construction easement agreement located at 196 2nd Avenue for the 2nd Avenue Bridge project. Item 5 is Resolution 2020-106, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements of the Public Works Operations Building project. Item 6 is Resolution 2020-107, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements of the Public Works Replacement Building project. Item 7 is Resolution 2020-108, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a second amendment to the construction agreement for the Apple Valley Waterline Project, 19-AVWL-01, with Iron Woman Construction and Environmental Services, LLC. Item 8 are the June accounts payable. Item 9 are the June 11th, 2020 special BOT meeting minutes. Item 10 is the June 15th, 2020 regular BOT meeting minutes. Item 11 is the June 23rd, 2020 special BOT meeting minutes. And item 12 is the June 24th, 2020 special BOT meeting minutes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any items that any trustees would wish to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the
Trustee
consent
Waugh
agenda.
had his hand up, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Waugh, I'm sorry.
I'd
Yes,
like
sir.
I'd like to pull number 8, June accounts payable, please.
Okay. Any other requests? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
And do we have a second or two?
I'll
I
second.
think we do. We have a second or two. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Okay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The amended consent agenda passes unanimously. Trustee Waugh?
Yeah, I'd like to just have a little bit of discussion about this. I know I brought this up at one of our previous meetings. Finance director has been working with me very closely in creating a report, which I think will help all of us understand before accounts payable are due or meant to be approved, that we understand where we're sitting at do not exceed amounts and regular things. In my discussion, I was very concerned to find out that contracts were not being actually even referenced during the accounts payable process, only allocated budget amounts. So, you know, I'm very concerned that, again, we have the one example with Murray Scott, and I think there are others that I'm looking into that, you know, staff spent over nearly 75% over a do not exceed budget, and the process is broken. So Finance Director Johnson and I have agreed to work positively and work forward in terms of getting these reports, so that starting hopefully with the next reporting period, we'll actually get a report that shows us where all of the contracts are in relationship to expiration, as well as percent of spend under the allowable amount. So I pulled this, and I promised that I promised both the town administrator and the finance director that I would pull this until we had enough information to pull and make a good decision on accounts payable, because according to the town administrator in an email correspondent, it's the responsibility of the board to make sure that we're approving a budget that doesn't put the town into any fiduciary responsibilities with regard to that. So I need to have this information in order to make sure that I'm doing my duty as a member of the Board of Trustees, because I don't believe that staff is addressing the concern significantly and with enough due diligence to protect the town from potential liability or insurance claims when it comes to spending. So with that said, I will make a motion to approve the June accounts payable as delivered, but I just wanted to make that comment. And I don't appreciate it, and I think we should look at the responsibilities, and I would like to ask staff to provide job descriptions for their specific jobs, so that I can see whether or not it includes financial fiduciary responsibility, which I believe it does. If it doesn't, we need to make sure that it's in there. And if the board is going to be expected to hold that responsibility, we should be looking at perhaps staff salaries and so forth, and make them commiserate with the level of responsibility they're taking when it comes to spending the town's money. Thank you.
We have a second to approve the June accounts payable.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the June accounts payable. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Yay.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
June accounts payable passes unanimously. Under general business, discussion and direction to staff on rezoning historical downtown R1 zone. Staff report, please.
Hello. I
Delivered for this topic.
I have a brief presentation. I will show to you. Let's see. If you recall, we've discussed this before. There's part of the historical downtown, in particular, those areas that have what is it? Alleys. They have had the R1 zoning, the low density zoning applied to them. And in many cases, that has created a situation where there are buildings oftentimes located in the setback. And in doing that, it's created in these old areas of town the situation where somebody cannot actually easily develop their property by putting on, say, a porch or building out a addition to the side of their house in the front. And so we've had a number of variances go to the Board of Adjustments, and the Board of Adjustments has asked the Board of Trustees to take a look at the zoning in the historical downtown and see if we can avoid or address the problem in some way, shape, or form. We're essentially asking as to whether we should address this. We can do this by creating a zone, not modifying the current zone, but creating a whole new zone, and modifying the setback in that zone. So something like R1A. In this image, you can see Seward Avenue, Reese Avenue, they all have alleys. And if I put my cursor over here, you can see that in particular, these areas of town, the older areas in the north side where they're alley loaded, the homes were built. I don't know why it's not showing the setbacks. There we go. So for instance, in Stickney, some of these structures are set back either 0 feet or 20 feet, 0 feet. In some cases, 4 feet, 9 feet, 15 feet from the right-of-way. However, there's quite a bit of, from the property line. The right-of-way is very wide in some of these cases. It's 80 feet. And so the perceived setback is oftentimes different than the actual setback that would have to occur from the property line. In many cases, this would take out a substantial, and set back the house substantially from the roadway, as opposed to from the, what is meant typically is the property line is at the back of a sidewalk in newer subdivisions. And in R1, our subdivisions are typically that way in Lions Valley Park. So the question is, should we go through and address this problem by rezoning, which could have a substantial, we would have to go through and alert each one of these properties. It would be a 2-month process, and there would be some cost to the town to do so. It would, however, make these properties not have to go through the variance process. So the question we have as staff is whether we should take that approach and go through and rezone this area of town, because there will be some staff resource or some town resources that go into that rezoning.
At your presentation, sir.
Sorry, what was that?
Is that your complete presentation?
Yeah.
So is this in response to Commissioner Eister's wishes to not
Correct.
have the same issue come before the variance committee time after time after time?
Correct. That is exactly what it's in response to.
Thank you, sir. I think that I think that we should undertake this. I think that these houses are going to be constantly developed, and I think it's proper. Trustee Wah.
So I have a couple of questions / comments that I'd like to make on this. So I guess one of the options that we have is to rezone this, correct, under completely new zoning.
Correct.
The other option is to have a subzone under R1 that could be neighborhood specific. Is that correct?
It's the same process. Having a subzone is rezoning these. We wouldn't just change the setback in that R1, but it could be an R1A or downtown, something like RD, residential downtown. Same process, just it would look different in the and how it's represented.
Okay, so
in the code online.
But the setbacks for those neighborhoods are different on different streets, I believe. Is that correct? Or the right of way takes different amount of space on different properties?
There's the actual setback that you can see here in this image. You can see like in this, there's a 4-foot setback. The zoning requires a 25-foot setback there.
Right.
So in all these properties, there is a required 25-foot setback, but it varies by property. Correct.
I guess I asked the question incorrectly. The right of way can be significantly different from block to block in Old Town. Is that correct?
Yes, if I may, I'll go back to that town map.
While you're doing that, I just want to say that one of the things that I would recommend for the town of Lyons is that we perhaps forfeit some right of way so that we can make these setback or make the right of ways consistent in this neighborhood as part of the rezoning, and that I believe is an option. In some cases we have 80, like you said, 80-foot right of ways for a residential street, which seems excessive to me. But is that also an option to make consistent right of ways in that neighborhood? As if we have to rezone and resurvey all of those properties, we could conceivably do that at the same time.
That's within the board's power to get rid of right of way, but it's not a typically done. The towns reserve that for utilities and infrastructure, and we want to look at that extensively if we are going to go down that route with regard to, if there may be utilities in that right of way already, or whether there's a hope that the town would be using those with regard to drainage in the future. As you can see in this Old Town plat, there are some streets that have wider right of ways, those 80-foot right of ways, and some that are less.
They're originally Nortonville properties, is that why?
Well, anything, most streets in the 1927 plat, to the best of my knowledge, were at that 80-foot right-of-way. Not all. And Nortonville was north of downtown. Even some that were in the confluence had the, those are 80-foot right-of-ways. And so the problem exists all over the areas in town that had that 80-foot right-of-way. Some of the front yard of properties are, town right-of-way.
Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Question is there any estimate of the expense, both in terms of staff time and in particular attorney fees, attorney time that might be necessary to do this?
We don't have an estimate at this point. We could bring one back. Staff time, we have to identify the properties and work with PCDC to identify the scope here in greater detail. We do have an understanding of the extent, but we'd want to go property by property along each one of these streets and come up with some options. And staff could do that, and then look at potentially an estimate of a budget for doing so.
I don't suppose there's any way to do some kind of a mass grandfathering of what's there now. Would that be too risky? I mean, you're gonna have to do this property by property. Sounds like a lot of time and work.
It'll be street by street. I suppose, I don't know. That'd be a question for Attorney Dittman. I don't think there's a grandfathering provision in the code.
Sorry, I was trying to find the mute button. It's been difficult for me tonight as well. So there's no, the properties are already encroaching upon their setbacks or grandfathered in, so long as they don't significantly, modify those properties in any way. In order to grandfather in the whole area, if you will, to change the setback, there's really only two options, and or I guess three. There's three options. One, everyone goes in individually and gets their variance for their setbacks. Two, we do some sort of rezoning process that we're kind of talking about. And three, we create some sort of district and then basically change the rules around that district. But right now there's no defined district. So we're going to end up in the same kind of boat no matter which way we go, or we need to define the area, which is what will involve a significant staff time to figure out what the area is that will need to be affected by these changes.
Trustee Rogan?
So I understand the Board of Adjustments not wanting to see this come again and again and again. And I agree with Trustee Waugh about the potential for ceding some right-of-way. One thing that I would be concerned about with rezoning here is, I think, and I live in this area, and I think that there is a lot of opportunity for somebody to come in, buy a house, scrape it, and build something else that may not fit within the character of the neighborhood. So it sounds like in order to do a major remodel or in order to do something like that, right now it would have to go to the Board of Adjustments. And I kind of feel like even though they're maybe tired of seeing it come back again and again, it's in a way a method of preserving this neighborhood, the historic nature of this neighborhood. And I think, Paul, I once heard you say, we like it funky, not junky. And that's what I would like to keep. So I'd be wary of some unintended consequences of rezoning the neighborhood.
Any further comments?
I guess I would have a comment in response to Trustee Rogan's, comments, and that is the way to ensure that you don't get a change in the character of the neighborhood would be to create a district, a residential historic district where you create design standards. It takes a lot of work, but that's something we had in other places that I've been town attorney in, like Littleton, where there's residential neighborhoods that had historic standards, and that would that would have to meet that if we're making sort of modifications. And so that'd be another option for that kind of change on a mass scale, but preserving some control over what the homes look like.
And direction?
Sir, Trustee Miller has her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Miller.
Yeah, I just have a comment about the 80-foot right-of-ways. I mean, I've never heard of something so crazy in all my life, to tell you the truth. And I mean, I also live I've always lived in Old Town. And now that, that I have just applied for a fence permit, I understand how difficult it is to deal with right-of-ways. And I've heard several other people since the Evans and Park Street, since Evans Street has been torn up, really being frustrated as well, because half their property is being taken away, or what they've perceived to be their property, I guess, because they've used it as such for so long. But it's really the 80-foot right of way comes up to their doorstep, and so they lose their whole front yard, essentially. And in doing research, I've found that a typical residential street goes from about 28 feet to 39 feet. And so that's double the amount of space. And so you think about that in the terms of capital improvements that we have to deal with, and the tax base that we're losing from owning all this right of way that we have to essentially take care of. And it kind of doesn't make sense to me why we have that large of a right of way. So, and I also look around Old Town and see, the people that want to build garages who have their houses are only 15 feet off of the street, and therefore the garage would only be 5 from the road. And so, there's tons of different scenarios in Old Town that have happened, or they want to build a porch, or they want, it's kind of insane how it's been. And like I said, I never realized that there was 80 feet of right away on all these streets. So I would like to see something happen, because I know the Board of Adjustments gets these requests all the time, constantly. So I don't know. It would be interesting to have a workshop maybe on them, and see, get some more information on what makes sense. That's what I propose.
So we could we could do a little bit more study and bring this back in a workshop with a little bit more understanding about the right-of-ways, the potential rezoning options and the area in which we would need to do it. And that would give us a little bit better understanding about what the estimate of cost could be.
Further comments? Trustee Wong?
So I would recommend that two things, I guess. First of all, the staff goes back and does an analysis of what the cost would be to rezone, what the cost would be to create a district, which sounds like it would be zoning plus redistricting, and truly what the cost is of the Board of Adjustments just doing these adjustments. That's the first thing. And the second thing I would ask is that the planning department provide presentations to the Board of Trustees as part of the packet. This is the second presentation from the planning department tonight that we're getting the materials at the meeting. So I would like to do that. I don't think there needs to be a workshop because I personally think that the cost numbers that you put together will lead us to say that the Board of Adjustments needs to continue to do this until we have the money to do a rezoning at the scale that we're talking about in terms of financial costs. So I would ask staff to go back and actually provide some recommendations and some cost estimates, because we cannot give direction based on, we feel like the Board of Adjustments is a little annoyed that people keep asking this question over and over. Does not constitute a reason to spend tens of thousands, if not more, in money of the town to rezone these properties.
Honestly, I think it's more of the pain of the actual townspeople than anything else. Not the Board of Adjustments necessarily, but the pain that it causes the people that have to go through the process, because the process is so hard.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. I think we've agreed on a direction for you to come back with additional information, Planner Glasgow.
Yep. Thank you.
Welcome.
So I just want to echo what Trustee Miller said about the right-of-way, and I would like at some point for us to take this up. We have a ditch on the right-of-way, and we got a citation for having weeds in the ditch, even though it's not even our property officially. So I think it's a broader issue that should be taken up, and we should have it on a future agenda to discuss what options might be.
Thank you.
I think that the corner that Trustee Rogan lives on is a prime example, and I suggest that all trustees and staff go and check that corner. There's some very good Lions residents passive aggressiveness as it relates to the town maintaining their right of way and property and weeds and so forth. If you can see the neighbors on that corner, Trustee Rogan is a very good citizen on that neighbor, but I think some of the other citizens are trying to make a point about weed control on town-owned property.
I agree.
Okay. Everybody done?
I guess I would like to say that the code all throughout town, not just in certain areas, says that even though the town owns the right of way, you have the right to use it and maintain it. So that was passed just, I don't know if it was even 2 years ago, a year ago or so, that was added to the code, that in exchange for using what you think is your front yard, you also agree to maintain it. So look, I'll take a look at the ditch. I'm not familiar with your corner.
Okay. All right, next. Discussion and direction to staff on underground electric on 2nd Avenue. Staff report.
Trustees, so let me pull up the map that was in the packet because that may be the easiest way to go through some of this. On 2nd Avenue, we are undergrounding some of the electric lines with part of the 2nd Avenue Bridge project. Those are all in the FEMA scope of work and handled by that project. Then sometime last year, it was discussed to extend the undergrounding of those utility lines further north on Second. If you can see, I have it up on my screen also. That's the red portion of the map. So that had been discussed. It had been, I don't know, the previous board had looked at it and had, at the time we were talking about moving forward with these projects. And so 53,000 was basically said, okay, it was not budgeted. And then the discussion earlier this year was that we had the 190,000 not being paid for the electrical work for the Summit project. Again, we were going to have to pay that, and then it turned out we were not going to have to pay that, so we were saving this money that wasn't going to have an expense. So we had to start doing some of the preparation for the undergrounding just now, because we have the Second Avenue paving project where they're going to be paving. So in order to underground some of this portion of the red section, we wanted to get that in before we actually started paving and had to go back and possibly tear up new sidewalk. If nothing else, we didn't want to go back in and re-tear up the yards. The process of work would be to get the underground utilities in, then do your sidewalk, and then do your streets. While doing that undergrounding, two of the utilities, the communications utilities, said they were going to continue their undergrounding through the blue section and go all the way to Second Avenue. So in looking at that, the town could take advantage of going into the trenching that's already being done. And again, we wanted to get conduit in there if we're doing this before the Second Avenue paving, which is basically happening. So we wanted to at least get the conduit in place and in the ground. And that portion is going so that we will have that there regardless of whether we wanted to move forward with the undergrounding of the electric system. So really the decision is, do we want to continue with this, knowing everything we've had? We've gone through the COVID concerns. They don't seem to be as big of a deal on the utility side currently when we look at outstanding invoices. We've seen a number of other projects come up that we have concerns about. So do we continue to move forward with the undergrounding? At this point, it's not been committed to even do the full undergrounding of that red section. It has been approved and is okay, but that was also the previous board. I thought I would bring that up just to review with the current board and make sure that they were aware. Then we have the second portion, this blue section, which continues the line all the way to Railroad. This would get basically the entire section of electrical system that is south of the creek undergrounded. So there are some benefits to undergrounding of the electric. You know, we'd be not have to worry about it's hardening the system. We would not have to worry about branches and wind concerns as much. There was the discussion of the underground line actually getting damaged out east. To clarify, that was caused by a branch hitting the lines right where they come up out of the ground. And that actually branch landing on all of the lines caused the problem to go back through the lines and cause the issue underground. At least that's the report that I've received from Enline. So that was caused by overhead lines. By having this underground, there is some aesthetic aspect to it. For those who've gone on Second, some of those lines are pretty low. They're right in the view. So it's something at least to think about. It's one of the reasons people do it. We may not be in a position to really do things just from the aesthetic aspect of it. But because these other utilities were going forward with the trenching, we wanted to at least take advantage of having an open conduit and pay 1/4 of the costs split between 4 utilities to get the conduits in and be prepared for the undergrounding of the electric utility. So I think the questions are, is there enough benefit that we see to continue with the full project of undergrounding the electric utility all the way back to 2nd Avenue? We would get some upgraded equipment in there. Some of the connectors that are getting bad would be upgraded. The maintenance portion, in trying to get an estimate, maybe we're going to resolve $5,000 to $10,000 in maintenance upgrades that may need to be done in the future. One other consideration is we were adding another pole into this project. Because of the way the design is, we would have to add another pole on 2nd. That pole doesn't have to be put in. We would be swapping in a new pole on Railroad, so that does somewhat offset itself. But this one is replacing an old pole that potentially will need maintenance at some point. So that is more of an upgrade. We're taking advantage of the timing now to do this upgrade or replacement of a pole. During that same storm, we had the big outage. We did have a pole get pulled over because it was damaged, because some of the poles probably need to have some work too. So this was one of the poles that we could be looking at taking care of. So my request was to find out, did we want to continue on? Did you want to continue with the first portion, with both portions, with the total being 70,000? The first portion being 53,000, the second portion being 26,500. That's my direction or request.
Utility Director Kaplan, how much of this has been budgeted already?
So none of it was in the budget that's there. That we didn't have this in the budget during the 2020 budgeting. But then when we had the 190,000 come back that's not being spent for the Summit electrical work, we have that money that has been budgeted but will not be an expense.
So basically we have the money in the budget.
Correct. We're moving it to a different project.
Okay. And just for my own clarification, does this presentation include the electric under the bridge, through the bridge?
That's covered by FEMA. That's not a budgeted portion that we have.
Okay.
Or that's not, sorry, an expense that was planned for the town. I know there are concerns as listening to the 2nd Avenue Bridge project.
Okay. Well, since we got a bonus by not having to install the electric in the Summit development, I think we should go ahead with this. That's my personal opinion. Does anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Has the UEB had a chance to look at this? And if so, what's their recommendation?
They had looked at the original 53,000 portion. They have not looked at the second portion. The original one was that yes, that could be undergrounded. I don't know that there was a full consensus or vote on that.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, I don't have Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, just a quick question, Director Kaplan. What's the shelf life of your normal utility pole?
Thought they were 40 years.
And do we know what the approximate age are of those poles that will be coming down and replaced by the undergrounding?
I do not.
Okay.
Any further questions? What would be the direction to our Utility Director Kaplan? Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
I'm in favor of moving forward. I think the electric fund can handle this at the moment. That's with some anticipation that Summit's still going to go forward, which will additionally increase the electric fund. But this is kind of a key part of town. Second Avenue's a busy street. It provides access to the high school and Bone Park and a lot of places. And I think it makes sense to do it. If we're going to do it, now is obviously the time to do it rather than trying to do it later. So I think I'm in favor of it.
I agree. I can tell you, Trustee Lowell, that most of those poles at a minimum are 35 years old, sir.
Yep. Yep. No, I agree. I think we should go forward with it. Anytime you can underground this stuff, it just cuts down on the clutter and the expense.
Yep, I agree. Cosmetically, it's beautiful, comparatively speaking. Trustee Rogan?
I agree. We should move forward with it. We have the money and it's going to help increase resiliency.
Thank you. Trustee Caravas?
I will concur with my colleagues at this time. Go for it.
Trustee Miller?
Fine.
And Trustee Watt?
Yeah, I'm all for it.
You have your direction, Director Kaplan.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Stay on the line.
I
Discussion
will.
and direction to staff on Longs Peak Capital Improvement Project.
So the Longs Peak Capital Improvement Project, as had been mentioned a few times, mostly in the workshop, maybe other parts of the meeting, has been at the top of the capital improvements plan that we've had in place. So last year, it had been decided to start to move forward and do the design. And so Murraysmith had done the 30% design for this. And it's been done for a little while. We've had it on the shelf now while we were waiting to see where things were going with COVID, what was going to happen. And we're at a point where we can decide if we do want to move forward with it. The questions are, do we want to move forward and finish the 100% design? Oh, I thought I updated. Sorry, it's not in the packet. I thought I got the updated one. The estimated cost for that is looking to be about $40,000, with it being $20,000 to the engineer and $20,000 for the utility work that gets done during the design. You have to find where all the utilities are, do the borings into the ground. So that would look to be about $40,000 to finish the 100% design. We could then potentially have that package and just put it on the shelf. The bigger question is, if we do want to move forward with actual construction in 2021, we should really have some direction or some input from the public. So we're trying to get some timing developed around this. If we're going to go out to the residents at Longs Peak, I thought we should have some direction that we are going to be moving forward and what we're looking at for a time frame. Potentially we have design done in the fall, September, October, go out to bid for construction bids so that they're at the early stages of their planning. That's usually the better time to try to go out and get bids for a construction project, because they're just planning their next year, so that they would be starting in 2021. And then we could go to the public in August to try to get their input on this plan. So I guess the three options were: we put it on hold right where it is at 30% and just wait to see what we need to do. We go up to the 100% design, but not really make a commitment for the construction costs, and just let the public know that we are going to be looking at design, but we don't have any timing on this. However, if we're going to go to the public, it would be better to have some estimate on timing because there are going to be questions in that regard. And so the UEB had looked at this and they thought it was worth going forward to the full 100% design. And that's the presentation to get your direction.
Director Kaplan, in regard to looping the water line, where would you say the best location to loop that line would be?
Their plan was to come down Longs Peak Drive. And in particular now, we have the sewer issue that happened over on New Year's Eve that was just off of the road at the top of Longs Peak. And so we looked at continuing the sewer also down. So it would be a combination of doing the sewer and water in that road, because trying to work on the side of Longs Peak will get to be much more complex and probably expensive. So it does look to be a better option to put the sewer in coming down Longs Peak also. And that would be the water line. We'd have it open so we'd get them both done.
So let me just try to clarify this. We've been trying to loop that water line for a long, long time. Do you mean to tell me that the loop is going to come down Longs Peak also? That the water is going to go up Longs Peak?
No,
and
the
also
water,
comes down Longs Peak?
the water goes up, right, further north between a couple of the houses, just south of the cemetery. So the water line actually goes up the side of the hill in a different location.
Good. Good. That's excellent news. Any further questions?
I do.
Trustee Careless?
Aaron, where the mayor was just talking about that loop, that still leaves that whole top hillside with that fire hydrant at the top as a dead end line, does it not?
Right, it does.
So really, we're only looping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 houses on each side of the road. The rest of the houses on that street are still going to have a dead end line to them.
I was going to pull up the plans. Well, these plans won't easily allow me to look at that. Right, I would have to look back at how many houses. It sounds like you've looked at it.
Your second document in the packet under the is your shows your water lines and the hydrants of that area of town.
Second page of the plan, or
no,
the Longs
the
Peak scope?
agenda, it has the blue that we can click on to pull up each document. The second document.
Right, the scope document. Okay.
Yep, scope document, Exhibit A, Longs Peak infrastructure improvements. That one, there you go.
Okay.
So obviously looping that part of it will actually provide definitely some assistance in the pressure up there. But we'll still have a possible stagnation problem. With that many homes up there, I'm sure enough water is always being used.
I'd agree. That's something I didn't notice, or the UEB, so that may be something to really look into as we proceed with design at any time.
What is are you aware of to loop a line, what a minimum diameter pipe we could use?
No, I'm not that aware that there's any limitation on that we could still use the same.
Because what I look at for long-term, of course, long-term, as part of this project, for probably to add to the ever-growing list that you and the UEB are now working on for projects, would be to bring a 2-inch line from that top fire hydrant down around the east and connect back up between those houses or after the last house. That would provide quite a bit of pressure alleviation of that whole area.
Okay, that's a good suggestion.
That just goes to show the rest of the board that, as you can see, it's just a continuous cascading of projects we have in the future for the town of Lyons to, to move forward into the 2025, 2030, and 2040. There's still a lot to do. Were you successful? I know some questions came from the UEB about, we have quite a few manholes because of the curving of the road and the maximum distance of piping before you have to put a manhole to clean. I think some of the UEB members asked you to look into possibly pushing some pipe or pushing the lines around and try to alleviate a manhole cover or two or manhole or two. Have you had any info on that yet?
No, that was added as comments that we will pass on to the design to really look at what we can do to scale back on the manholes. Are there any places where we could get longer runs of sewer line to help avoid the need for manholes? Is the sidewalk really in bad enough shape that we need to replace the whole sidewalk? Can we reduce that? Murraysmith had said they wanted to go with the full estimate of getting everything done and scale back rather than try to give us the lowest estimate and then see we need to do other things. So the UEB has some suggestions on where we should try to reduce some of the scope of work.
Okay, that's the part I can't remember was where was it come in at. Thank you.
Any other questions for Director Kaplan? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Aaron, in the cover memo, this says the construction is estimated to cost $1,262,000. Is that water, sewer, and road improvements? And is that in like today's construction dollars?
Yes, that is recently done and that is covering all of the parts.
Thank you.
Other questions? I don't know exactly what kind of direction you would like, Utilities Director Kaplan. What is your pleasure, sir?
Would you like us to move forward with the 100% design?
Yes, I would. Trustee Carabas?
I would too. I'd like to go forward 100% design at this time.
Trustee Watt? Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Sure.
Trustee Rogan? Oh, Trustee Lowe?
Yes.
Unanimously move on, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Stop sharing my screen. Whoever's controlling that.
Number 4 under general business, discussion and direction to staff when town administrator believes staff is being inappropriately directed by any member of the Board of Trustees. Staff or Mayor Pro Tem Browning? Either?
Yes, there's a staff items in the packet on this. I believe everybody's had a chance to see those. But I guess it was my request that this go onto an agenda. And I would preface my remarks by saying that it's not something that I take any pleasure in bringing to the board. And this may well involve in times past interferences with town staff by trustees as well as mayors. It so happens that since I've joined the board a little over 2 years ago, I've been informed by more than one members of the staff and by, in one instance, the UEB, of some involvement in things that, in my view, clearly belong within the staff purview, and that it happened to be in these instances that it was mayors that were involved in the items. And I'm going to go through them briefly, particularly in view of the hour, and in what I consider inverse order of seriousness. The most recent involved what kind of curb should be put on a particular section of a town street. Plans have been drawn up through the normal town construction process, but the property owner wanted a different kind of curb than was set forth in the plans. This came to the attention of the town staff and the mayor, and it resulted in the mayor showing up on the construction site and directing the contractor and town staff to put in the type of curb that the property owner wanted, rather than what had been set forth in the plans. Is it a matter of utmost seriousness whether what kind of curb went in front of that property? Probably not. But this was only the most recent example of what I've been informed of mayoral interference. And I would also hasten to say that with regard to the current mayor, I question neither his honesty nor his motives in becoming involved in this. He had the best of intentions, but I'm sure that's true for the prior instances as well. It's not the intentions or the honesty or the motives that I question, it's the authority under the municipal code, when that code, as set forth in the references that are in the packet, specifically delegates things like this to the town staff. The instance before that I have been informed by town staff involved mayoral interference with staff duties, is something that we'll be taking up in more detail, I believe, in our executive session tonight. It involves 435 Park Street, where I was advised that a former mayor got involved in the staff decision about what to do about some serious building code violations, and actually directed staff not to pursue further action for those violations, something clearly that belongs in the staff purview. The prior instance before that involved a former mayor overruling a staff decision on disconnecting utility service to a local business that was in default on its obligations to the town, which resulted in a long, difficult process and ultimately litigation. This is really a double-sided problem. You have a problem of mayors, and I'm sure it's happened in the past, trustees taking actions that they should not have taken, getting involved in things that belong at the staff level. The flip side of that process is, in none of these instances did the staff inform the full board of trustees of any of these things when they happened. I realize that it's extremely difficult for a town administrator to go over a mayor's head to the full board. But when that doesn't happen, the full board of trustees gets left in the dark about what can be some serious town issues. And in particular, if the full board of trustees is asked to give direction to town staff on taking particular actions, especially if potential litigation is involved, how can a board of trustees do that if they're not even informed that things like this have happened? I, as one trustee, do not like being left in the dark nor about such matters when they happen, nor am I comfortable with sometimes being the only trustee or one of 2 trustees, or one of 3 trustees who's aware of what's happened behind the scenes, and the rest of them don't know. The full board should know about these things, and I think in a number of these instances, the public should know about these things. So the question really that I would welcome board input and discussion on is what should the board do about this? I had some idea that I didn't even like myself about maybe creating some sort of a standing board subcommittee that wouldn't even have to meet unless necessary, to be kind of a sounding board for town staff if they think a mayor or a trustee has unjustifiably interfered in staff business. I don't like that. It's kind of bureaucratic, but I just couldn't think of anything else. I had a discussion with Trustee Rogan about this subject matter, and she suggested something simpler and perhaps better, which would be simply that the board as a whole consider, if it considers this a serious problem, simply directing the town administrator as the representative of other staff, that when such items happen in the future, whether it's a mayor or whether it's a trustee, it's to be understanding direction to bring this to the attention of the town board. Do not keep it under wraps. Let the full board know, because otherwise the full board can't act. So that's my view of what seems to me to be a recurring problem in various degrees of seriousness with respect to the incidents that have happened. But early in this new board's term, when I saw this happen again after a change of administrations, I could no longer sit silent and just let it keep happening again and again and again. And the only thing I know to do is to bring it to the attention of the full board of trustees, and that's what I've done. And with that, I will be quiet and let the rest of the board offer any comments or suggestions they may wish to make.
Madam Administrator, would you like to comment first?
No, thank you. I think you summarized it well.
Members of the board? Trustee Rogan.
Have we, Mayor Pro Tem, have we asked town staff if they have any potential solutions or ideas or preferences about how to manage this?
Have I asked them? No. They're aware of the problem, and so if they have suggestions, my ears are open.
Yeah, I would, I think it's a maybe thorny problem to solve, and I think it would behoove everybody if everyone involved had a say in how it's solved.
Trustee Wah.
Trustee Brenning, I appreciate you bringing this topic up, and I think that your second point is very key. I believe that there is intentional, sometimes obfuscation of information as it regards to the actions of town staff. In the specific case that you answered before, town staff made decisions without notifying the Board of Trustees of their intent to take and withhold permits and withhold meters after it was green tagged and gone through the appropriate process. So I am a big fan of a task force that will hold both the town administrator and town staff accountable while also holding the Board of Trustees. Because in the cases that you mentioned, in almost all of the cases, the individuals that were involved were being told one story based on an interpretation by the town administrator or other members of staff that may or may not have been accurate or open. I personally feel that the town administrator has personal issues against a specific property owner in one case, and that caused that issue. And I have experience with bias from the town administrator as well as other members of town staff when it comes to certain property owners and business owners within the town. So while it is never appropriate for the board to overstep their bounds, it is imperative that town staff, and especially the town administrator, be forthright with information when asked. And I would like to see a task force that can pull that information that is often either blatantly ignored in requests from citizens. I can show examples where I've sent an email 5, 6, 7 times to the town administrator with no response from previous existence. So I don't think this is just an issue of the town board. It should be taken very seriously. But I personally think that information is being withheld, manipulated, and used against potential actions in the town based on my personal experience as a citizen of the town of Lyons. So I am all for accountability in both directions, and I support a task force that will hold both town staff and the Board of Trustees accountable for full information exchange.
Further comments? No further comments? Madam Administrator, let me offer my apologies. It will never happen again, and offer my apologies to any other staff member that I may have offended. Okay, let's move on. A discussion
So can I get any feedback on the idea of a task force? We mentioned a task force. We're supposed to be giving direction to staff. All we did was have a conversation that there's a problem.
Okay, I think that that's a great idea. Trustee Lowell?
If Trustee Waugh could elaborate a little bit on exactly what this task force would be and what it would respond to. Would it respond to specific complaints, or would it be in the manner of an overall investigation into general practices?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Trustee Lowell. I think in 2 of the cases that Trustee or Mayor Pro Tem brought up, the town administrator was dealing with the property owner or business owner directly in a way that became combative, and she was not able to address the situation objectively. And that's why the mayor in this case, and in the case of a property owner that was not paying utilities because they were told a bunch of things that were not true and were being maintained, a lot of information was being withheld from the town administrator as well as other members of staff. I would like citizens to be able to go and have that either mediated or somehow have that information pulled out. Because I personally feel in both situations, the entire board was not made aware, and the town administrator and staff was making decisions that should have been reviewed, and some of the information on which those decisions should be reviewed by the entire board or this subcommittee. So I think it goes both ways about giving direction and getting things happening in this town.
No, I understand that. I understand your point completely. I'm just curious about what the makeup of this task force would be. Are you saying it would just be trustees? Would it be a combination of trustees, staff, and residents? What would it be?
I think it should have a member of the Board of Trustees. I think it should have a member of staff, and I think it should have at least one citizen, private citizen, as appropriate. And I'm not sure about that because some of these issues may not be appropriate for a private citizen. So, but it should contain fair representation from both staff as well as from the trustees and perhaps another commission in town.
I like that idea.
Any further
I would support that.
comments?
I'd support that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I could support the idea of a task force. I would hope that it would be future directed rather than past directed. Although I illustrated my point with some specific examples, I see I see little point into digging back into the things in the past that have happened. I do place more importance on preventing future problems like that. And with that caveat that it would be basically look forward, not backward, and be available as a sounding board for town staff or residents that believe that there have been either improper actions by a board member or a staff member, and basically kind of a screening committee that if a problem is presented to this committee and it's deemed to be serious, then its task would be share the information with the town board, and a determination would need to be made at that time whether that sharing should be in executive session or in public session, and that could depend on whether there's a potential lawsuit pending or whatever. But given with that caveat that I think it should be future oriented, I would support it as well.
I can agree to that.
Well, hopefully with this discussion, we'll never have to enact the subcommittee. But I favor that. I have a little bit of a problem in regard to exactly how it's going to be structured. But nonetheless, the public can always come before the Board of Trustees if they have a problem. And like I said, I can speak for myself. There'll be no further disregard of any staff positions from me. But I don't mind. I don't mind pursuing the truth ever. Trustee Carabas?
Is that the purview of the board to go another task force or another committee or another commission? I share some of the mayor's concerns about who's going to oversee it, who's going to make up, and then you're still going to have someone that's going to have the same argument that Kenya's saying that I said this, they're lying. Same thing. There's a current checks and balance in our system in this country that everything this board does is challengeable by every citizen in this town. Is called the district courts. Everything we just passed in the consent agenda can be challenged if someone has a good reason to do so.
The only thing I would say to that is the town administrator and staff have information that they do not have to.
Somehow I hit mute. Unmute.
And in the past, have not shared with the Board of Trustees, and that's the issue.
We want to do that. That's fine. Just how are we going to make it up? Who's going to be made of it? And who's going to oversee them if someone doesn't like the outcome of it?
I would be glad to sit down with Trustee Wah and see if we could come up with some sort of framework to bring back to the board.
That would be, I think that's a great idea. Why don't you do that? I like the diverse views. Perhaps you could come up with a really good plan. I have no problem with that. Does anybody have a problem with that suggestion? Okay. You have your direction, fellas. Discussion of future agenda items. Are there any requests for future agenda items? Trustee Browning. Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem.
This is the out of the fire and into the frying pan, or out of the frying pan into the fire department. I've recently become aware of the issuance of a building permit for a property in town that was a vacant, already annexed, already platted lot. That building permit was issued without the owner of that lot putting up a water share. In March of 2019, the Board of Trustees changed the Lyons Municipal Code to require putting up a water share, a CBT share in particular, for any already annexed, already platted, already vacant lot in town. Before that time, that had not been the case, and some building permits were issued without water shares being put up because there was no authority, according to more than one town attorney, for the town staff to require that. So the board changed the rules in March of 2019. In May of 2020, as far as I can tell, a building permit was issued for a vacant, platted, already annexed lot without a water share being put up. I believe that a future agenda item and potentially a future special meeting, which I've discussed with Mayor Angelo, needs to be held on that. The town attorney is doing some legal research with regard to what the board's options are with respect to the building permit that was issued. And also the town attorney is conducting an ongoing investigation of the sequence of facts that led to those actions being taken. I don't believe either his legal research or that factual investigation is complete at this point. But in discussing the procedure with Mayor Angelo, he suggested that I should bring it to the board's attention in this manner, and I have done so.
I agree that it's a serious enough matter to place on the agenda.
Concur.
Other opinions?
Yeah, I would say that it's pretty serious deal, and code is code. Once again, here we are having this discussion over and over and over. It's getting a little redundant, I'd say. So yeah, we need to talk about that.
Trustee Carvis
I agree.
and then Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to get the whole story on that. So let's make it an agenda item.
No, you're going to get the whole story, believe me. Trustee Rogan. Okay, agenda item. Any other future agenda items that anybody would wish to bring to the board's attention? Oh, there'll be plenty that come up in the meantime. Thank you. Summary of action items. Madam Clerk.
All right, I've got a short version summary on solar power and the main contract from Trustee Carvis. Trustee Rogan requested public access to the Zoom meetings was it to be on the website, Trustee Rogan?
Yeah, I think the meeting should be posted maybe in the agenda center, maybe somewhere on the town website. But the point of recording them is that so people can see them, right?
Right, and the link is on the website, and then it's also on YouTube. They're being streamed to YouTube after they're on here. Maybe they just don't know that, but I'll get that out.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
The next one I have is from Trustee Carvis. He'd like to see a long-term solution for our parks plan. Trustee Miller suggested a potential workshop on R1 rezone in districts. Trustee Waugh would like Planner Glasgow and staff to provide recommendations and cost estimates on rezone versus districts. Trustee Rogan would like to discuss right-of-way options, and then a future agenda item for building permit being issued without a water share dedication. Brandon, did you have anything? Did I miss anything? Or Victoria?
Madam Administrator, are there any additions?
To continue to fly the pride flag for the month of July.
Then I have an addition where I need language revising the location extent review portion of the development plan code update.
Can we also add the PCDC thing in there with the businesses?
The overlay district?
Not necessarily the overlay district, but the emergency resolution.
If I may, Trustee Miller, I think there was going to be some additional feedback from PCDC on what exactly it is they are proposing, and then we're going to do some research into whether a resolution or ordinance would be appropriate. So I think the final say on that portion of the meeting was nobody was quite sure what was being proposed and whether it was even needed to do a resolution or an ordinance. So I think there's some additional PCDC work that needs to be done, but I think the point is well taken. That is an action item.
Yep. Agreed.
Trustee Waugh.
I'd also asked for job descriptions for the department heads, the finance director, and the town administrator as it relates to financial fiduciary responsibilities. So I would like to get those so that I can understand if what role they have versus the Board of Trustees.
Finance director and town administrator and department heads.
Yes, please.
Anything else? Counselor, do I read 15 off of the agenda and then read the legal services announcement to go into executive session?
The legal services announcement. I'm sorry, I did not follow.
No, I'm sorry, the announcement number 1.
It's the executive session announcement.
Right. Do
Right.
I read that
Right.
first?
I think we need a motion to enter.
The motion to enter an executive session and the second
Okay.
vote, and then we
Okay.
do the announcement.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't clear what you're referring to.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, I move to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS sections 24-6-4024E and 24-6-4024B for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators, and for receiving legal advice from attorneys representing the town on specific legal questions, and specifically determining negotiating positions and strategies regarding code enforcement pending issues at 435 Park Street, and obtaining advice as needed from legal counsel on related legal issues.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to enter into executive session. Madam Clerk, could I have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay. Yay.
Trustee Baca, you said yes?
Yes.
And Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Going into executive session passes unanimously. Mayor Pro Tem,